Världsserien finns ju på platser som alltid, liksom under gårdagens skidskyttetävling. Det är då Svenska Parasportförbundet som tillsammans med Östersunds SK, skidklubben här, och Biathlon Östersund som står som huvudarrangörer till de här tävlingarna som kommer att pågå fram till och med nästa söndag, då vi avslutar med de spektakulära stafetterna som kommer att bli någonting utöver det vanliga. Däremellan då ett antal skidskytte och ett antal längre.
Hello and welcome to Östersund, Sweden for day 2 of the Nordic Skiing World Championships. My name is Peter Selby and I'm sitting in the warmth because it's outside 14 degrees below freezing, minus 14 with a very light wind. Now, today, day 2, it's the long distance cross country, so the wind being only 2 meters per second shouldn't actually be a problem at all with the wind being a cross country event. It's very, very cold. Perfect conditions, very clear. Look at that, you can see very, very far into the distance, so very clear conditions here in what is beautiful Sweden. It really is a stunning location, and the athletes all wrapped up nice and warm to get warm in their preparations for this event. Again, these athletes obviously well used to these conditions, but minus 14, slightly colder than that overnight, really is a temperature to take very, very seriously. Now, it should warm up throughout the course of the day, and then from the rest of the championships point of view, 10 days overall, 7 days of competition. This is day 2. Rebecca keeping warm, trying to at least, and she's full of smiles, even though yesterday she lost her world title in the sprint biathlon. But it should be warmer throughout the course of the week. But right now, it really is, I was going to say bitter, but whatever the next along the list of adjectives for very cold weather. We'll go with absolutely freezing. But there we go, that's the conditions. Very still though, so ideal for the long distance cross country really. And looking forward to today. Well, yesterday, day 1, you can find on the FIS Facebook page and YouTube, wherever you're watching this around the world. First of all, good morning everyone. Local time here in Östersund, Sweden. It's just ticking towards 25 past 9 in the morning, wherever you are in the world. Morning, good evening, good night, and welcome to Sweden. We're, what, 7 minutes away from the start. And you can go back and wherever you're watching this and see day 1. It really was a thrilling day 1. Now, you might be very cynical in the morning and go, well, I'm sure Pete's going to say that, isn't he, you know. But no, it really, really was. 2 goals for Canada and 2 goals for Germany, or 1-2-3 for Germany in the women's VI, and I'm really looking forward to that women's VI competition later today. That was our commentary position just up on the top left corner. And it really was a sparkling day 1. And it sets up the rest of the competition, really. And one thing, we did have one Ukrainian gold medal later on in the day, and but overall the very, very strong Ukrainian side here en masse wasn't at their very, very best. So we'll wait and see what happens on day 2. We're starting with the sitting category. I mean, 5 of them will be taking part, and it's a really strong lineup as well. And Rebecca will be one of the favourites for Germany. The German team saw actually get on the coach this morning from the hotel, full of beans. There were real smiles all round. They're being waved off and cheered off by German coaches and those who maybe aren't taking part in the competition today. No surprise after those 2 gold medals yesterday, and also that 1-2-3. So sitting, standing and the VI and these championships. Looking down, you can see the range there. Obviously that's going to be quiet today with it being the cross country. They come in from the bottom right of your screen, down across the finish line. Those 3 athletes just about to cross the finish line and then round and back out again into the forest. Confirmation of the weather, and minus 14, and you can see how still it is as well, barely a breath out there this morning. And you don't want to spend too long out in the cold unless you are competing in a Nordic Skiing World Championships cross country. 18 kilometres. And Central European time, you see there, 9:30. The sit-in will be underway, 4 minutes time. Midday local time here, the stand-in, and then later for the VI. Let's take a look at the course. 6 laps of the 3K course in the sitting category. 28 metres in height difference out into the country, into the forest. 1 or 2 very sharp turns, very, very steep inclines as well on occasion. You see on the graphic bottom of your screen, just the halfway point, there's 1 or 2 very steep inclines, and then it rises all the way until you get towards back home inside the stadium. So there is a interesting profile to this course, being quite downhill at the start, and then that centre point out in the forest where we have cameras. You'll notice the speed of the athletes in the sitting category will be very slow, some very steep, short inclines. Listening to some of the athletes yesterday, Colin Cameron, the gold medalist for Canada, in his interview with JP, who will be interviewing all of the gold medalists today, standing to my left, and he's just telling JP about the course and saying how not severe it was, but energy sapping, testing, which is a word that's going to be used quite often, but I think those short inclines really make a difference to the sitting category. Marie Meunier of Germany, 2 Germans in this lineup, Anja Wicker, Kendall Gretsch of the United States, gold medalist yesterday in the sprint biathlon, and she has won silver medals in this event in the last 2 World Championships, and she's going to be, I'd say one of, I'd probably say the favourite before the competition starts, I'd say. Just the form that she's in, the men will follow. It's going to be a very interesting men's competition. Dos Santos there of Brazil. As we go further down the list, we'll see some of the athletes who will be fighting over those medals. I think it's pretty wide open, in fact. Scott Mina of Great Britain finished 4th yesterday in the sprint biathlon. He'll be certainly buoyed by that. Pavlo Bao further down. Yukyun Shin of Korea. Don't rule out Shin Yukyun. He's very experienced, but certainly can get involved. And as we go down, we've got the powerhouses, Ribera, Cameron, Rumele of Italy.
So this might be the problem to 6 years. So if possible, 30 times
Plenty of volunteers, over 300 volunteers helping out in the forest, where a number of coaches are, and very vocal indeed. Very intriguing, very interesting actually to hear the what the coaches are shouting at their athletes. Also giving encouragement to all the athletes as well out in the forest, which is great to hear. But I think it's only just at this point, especially with the temperature as it is, to have a word for all those volunteers, officials in various forms and ways who are making these championships happen. Defending world champion isn't here, Oksana Masters, but it will be Marie Meunier then of Germany to get us underway on day 2 of the Nordic Skiing World Championships in Östersund, Sweden. Germany's out onto the track, and she's the first person on day 2 Outside chance, you'd say, of a medal. And he was 10th in this event in Lillehammer. Has competed in Paralympic Games in wheelchair events in Tokyo. You know, picked on for what has to be a very, very happy Canadian team at the moment. 2 golds yesterday. And the possibility certainly of more today. Cameron's got an excellent chance in the men's. Elida Santos of Brazil, 4th in Lillehammer. Another athlete actually who's competed in Paralympic Games, her own games in Rio 2016. No surprise, must have been a great honour. And another certainly in with a chance. Yes, a small field, so you could say that about most, but still there's a big danger to the rest. Anja Becker, well, silver in the sprint biathlon yesterday, which she will be disappointed with, being the defending champion. That's only natural. But 5th in Lillehammer, where she was in great form in this event. Paralympic gold medalist. He's off and racing. Won the long distance biathlon in Pinchau in Germany in 2017, so the longer distance isn't necessarily against her. And here's what you'd probably label is the favourite, Kendall Gretsch, the silver medalist from Lillehammer. Won gold in the sprint biathlon yesterday, and when she crossed the line, I floated the idea that Kendall could leave with an awful lot of gold medals. She won the cross-country world title over 7.5 kilometres in Lillehammer. She was 4th in Beijing in this event. Silver, as I said, in Lillehammer, and the World Championships before. 2 silvers in the long-distance cross-country. Will today be gold? She's last to leave the starting gates, off into the forest. So we're underway in the women's sitting competition. Good morning to you. All of our friends out in the forest. So we have checkpoints out in the different parts of the circuit. After 1.9 kilometres, we will have the first of the checkpoints, and then after 3, naturally then 4.9 will follow. And then later at 6 kilometres, as we go through the whole competition, all the way through until they cross the line in what we reckon will be just over an hour's time, the winning time for the women's sitting classification. That's the expectation here. So if you are watching on the live stream live, and naturally you want to know roughly how long the race will take, especially in the sitting category, then again we're looking at just over 60 minutes. Be interested to find out the ebb and flow of the times as well, who will go off quick, whether they can then stay in front, who's biding their time, and maybe, I'd say possibly just coasting in the first lap, just to feel out the course as well, just to get a feel of where they maybe can attack then on the second lap, and which areas of the circuit will, first of all, help them, which is the areas of the course that they can identify and go, right, this is where I can make up time, whether it's the downhill parts, whether they can attack the hills and the steep, short inclines. It's all part of Para-Nordic skiing in the cross-country events, especially the long distance. All smiles at the moment. Giuseppe Romele of Italy. He's in great form in Lillehammer. Great form as well in terms of just in himself. Very happy character. He wears his heart on his sleeve. You don't have to second guess what he's thinking and feeling. As the men get ready. Fifteen will be taking part. One of the camera shots out in the course, waiting for the first of the women to arrive at the 1.9 kilometre checkpoint. Christina Picton is just behind. I would imagine will be Meunier. Is indeed the case. This area of the course is very, very steep, very short, sharp inclines, as we saw on the graphic beforehand, and he's playing out on screen. Meunier through, and he's just in front by 2.9 seconds. Obviously, the factored times you have to bear in mind that the distance between the pair is pretty much exactly how it will be in terms of the times between these pair. Actually works out quite well. LW12 athlete Picton. Meunier, the 18-year-old, LW11. All these classifications. LW12, similar to LW2 and 4, so they have leg impairments, but normal trunk control is the official classification. And these athletes are actually eligible to compete in standing or sitting, and they can actually choose a preferred way of skiing in the classification as well as the rest stops come through. LW11, just for a bit more information, skiers have leg impairments and fair trunk control enables them to balance even moving sideways. And Juvica, Rocha just behind. Kendall Gretsch also has gone through and leads by 2 seconds. Kendall Gretsch 11.5. So the two descriptions that I mentioned, she's in between those. And Juvica, LW10. And the class of LW10 skiers have impairment of the limits of legs and trunk function. And Juvica currently is in second place. See, 2.2 seconds behind Kendall Gretsch, and those two, as we mentioned beforehand, have pulled well clear already. Rocha, Meunier and Picton very close for third place. But it's the gold medalist from yesterday in the sprint biathlon who leads in the long distance cross country. It's tight though. At the first checkpoint, it's the American Gretsch by just over 2 seconds.
klassificeringssystem som är simligt och noga uträknat. Jajamän, då är det väl Sverige som är på väg in för varvning här. Det kan vi gilla. Bid number 2 från Canada, Christina Picton. 10 minutes, 15 seconds for her just now. The whole stadium before we can get the intermediate time after the first lap.
Coming into the stadium for the first time.
France, Canada, sure me. Coming in for the first lap in at the moment of the 3K. Bid number 2. Welcome to Christina Picton, third place at the intermediate time, working really good and hard.
Christina Picton then into the home straights, and she'll be crossing the line and give us our first full lap.
The band and then up to the intermediate time when she's leaving out for
to be moving very smoothly. Taking the horseshoe at the end of the straights very nicely indeed. "29 years old, Picton. Competed in Beijing. Beijing didn't actually compete over the long distance. Sprint sit-in, finished 6th. In the cross country, but competing over an awful lot further here. Gretsch into the stadium, and he's going to set the time. He's going to put her at the top of the leaderboard. She was 2.2 seconds clear of Vicker after the first checkpoint halfway through the first lap, and her time certainly will go ahead of the Canadian. Gretsch knows that she's the favourite for this event, especially with the absence of Oksana Masters, who is not here in Sweden. Her rival, Anja Vicker. Taking the men very well. So that 2.2 seconds. Let's find out whether Vicker has closed the gap, or, as we maybe suspect, possibly has fallen further behind the American. Well, Vicker only 1.2 seconds behind, so the 2.2 has gone to 1.2. So excellent from Anja Vicker. Let's see Roche then cross the line. We're very close for the bronze medal. Roche, Manier and Picton. Not a lot between those three. Roche was in front. She remains in third place ahead of Picton. But it's going to be close for third. Now, with the cross-country course, as I was mentioning beforehand, there are obviously areas of the course where certain athletes will excel. So maybe it's the case that Kendall Gretsch has the advantage on the first half of the circuit, and then the second half, Meunier pulled back that second. It's only a second, but still, from what we have at the moment, it could well be that Vicker has the advantage on the second half of the course. If so, then that's going to make it a very exciting competition, as it is after one lap, with the leaders split by just over a second. It does make it very, very interesting already. Some confirmation after the first circuit. Kendall Gretsch leading by just that 1.2 seconds from Anja Vicker. And you can see third, fourth, and fifth split by only 10 seconds. Rocha of Brazil in third. Picton Meunier will be eyeing the bronze medal. Gretsch leads Wicker, but only by a second. Waiting down below the commentary position are the men who will be sent out onto the snow here in Östersund in a very short while indeed. Very exciting competition coming up with the men's. Looking through the start list, pretty difficult to work out. But I have to say Colin Cameron looked really good, winning gold yesterday in the sprint biathlon. Should be full of confidence going into the long distance cross country. There is the aforementioned Colin Cameron. Him with the beard, and it's frosted over already. Minus 16. Keeping warm, keeping loose, and you'll be intrigued to know, I'm sure, how Christina Picton, his fellow Canadian, is getting on. Oh, she's out in what is a wonderfully beautiful scene in the forests of Sweden, on the outskirts of Östersund. Christina Picton making slow progress up this very steep incline. Now behind her is that Kendall Gretsch. Yes, it is the American. On the course itself has gone past a couple of athletes already. 4 minute 47 ahead of Picton will overtake her. Moving very well is Gretsch. Meunier. Noticeably moving slower than Gretsch. Giving the encouragements behind the German coaches that we just saw.
Ja, good talk. Up. Ja, super. Good. Genau. Schöner Rückwurf. Oben hier über die Berg in die Abfahrt rein. Ja, okay. Super, komm. Stop. Up. Up.
Naturally, will finish higher than in Lillehammer. Now, Vicker of Germany looking for revenge over Gretsch. Vicker then of Germany disappear into the forest with the encouragement of their coaches in their ears. Oja of Brazil currently in third place. Very steep section of the course. 1 in 10 at its steepest. % gradient and Oja finding it difficult, but getting to the top of that small summit. And short and sharp.
Ja, auf geht's. Third place. 15 seconds.
Well, Gretsch certainly has the advantage over Vicker in the first part of the 3-kilometre track at 13.5 seconds. So that's increased from 1.2. And we'll just keep note then of what happens when they cross the line, whether Kendall Gretsch is just taking it easy on the first course, first circuit, knowing she probably has the upper hand over Vicker, or whether Vicker does have better pace on the second half. For that, we need the full split, and the first will be given by Kendall Gretsch in the stadium.
Tremendous competition for today.
Finding those grooves very nicely. Gretsch is going to come down what is near side to our position, on the left of your screen. Gretsch would have gone past Picton already. Be long. "21 minutes for Gretsch at the 6-kilometre points. So a third of the race, 21 minutes, so it will be just over the hour then.
Kommer också start nummer 1. Bib number 1, Marie Meillier from Germany. So welcome to the arena for the second time at the moment. After 6K, she will be lapping. Kommer start nummer 1 alltså från Tyskland. Marie Meillier kommer att gå in och var här då för tredje gången. Har varit ute i 24 minuter nu.
Meillier into the stadium.
Ja, kommer samla på en 24,5 minuter ungefär. Då vet jag att Kendall Gretsch varvade på 21 och vi får se vad klockan säger. Det första varvet den säger 21:00, ganska precis på Kendall Gretsch. Bib number 1.
He's 18 years old, strong athlete. Competed in Tokyo over various distances in outside of the medals on a few occasions, various distances, including the 800 metres, finished fourth in the 1500 metres as well. But the 18-year-old carrying on with that sport, which I'm sure she will after those results. Will only get stronger, as will be her results on the snow.
4.9K, but interesting intermediate time now.
10th in Lillehammer. At the moment, is in 5th place out of the 5 athletes, but too far behind. Picton. Yeah, that gap is growing. Now Vika, 13.5 seconds behind Gretsch, at the halfway point of the previous. When she crosses the line, will we now know that Vika is either dropping behind the American, or does she have the advantage on the second half of the circuit? Vika's time out to 26.2 seconds then, so the gap is growing. Kendall Gretsch, I think, was just taking it easy on that first circuit. She knows that she's the favourite. She knows that the gold is well within her grasp before the competition started. And I think she's just taken the first bit of a sighter really at what's happening out there and how the course is, knowing that she can put the hammer down at some stage. And it looks like that Gretsch has done that on the second of the 6 laps. So Gretsch leads by 26 seconds. Rocker at the moment is safely in 3rd place, although Picton's moving quite nicely in front of Gretsch. Looks like Aline de Santos Rojo will be set for the bronze, and she's in front by now 14 seconds from Picton, so it's looking good at the moment, but 14 seconds with a long way to go. We'll have confirmation of Kendall Gretsch leading by 26.2 seconds from Anja Vika, and those two set for gold and silver, and then Rocha ahead of Picton, the battle for bronze. So there's a battle for gold and a battle for bronze in the women's 18K, as they're a third of the way through. Let's take a look at the start list for the men. Shibata will get them underway in the next few seconds. Yamamoto, the other Japanese athlete, will be following a minute later at 30 seconds intervals. And then as we go through some of the big hitters, interesting to see how Scott Mina gets on. He's in great form yesterday, finishing 4th. Don't rule out Shin Yu-kyun, the experienced Korean, 42 years old now. Pablo Bal will want to improve on yesterday. And then we have Lesma Ribera of Brazil. Colin Cameron, gold medalist yesterday. And don't rule out the Italian Giuseppe Romeo as well, who will be the last to leave the starting gates in what looks, I think, a really wide open men's cross country. Can it be back-to-back golds for Cameron on day 1 and day 2? Scott Mina, 4th yesterday. Faultless with the gun. They're still in the shed today, locked away for another day. It's all about the cross country. Out into the country we go. And Kendall Gretsch looking for her 2nd gold of these World Championships. At the moment, Gretsch looking very, very powerful. And there'll be athletes who are either taking part in this or watching on and wondering how many golds Gretsch can get. Well, I think conditioning will come into it if she's taking part in all of the events. It's naturally in when athletes are taking part in many events over what often are back-to-back days. We will have a rest day tomorrow. Gretsch leading Christina by a full 3 minutes now. Minamoto of Japan underway. Hori Minamoto, 42 years old. Second of the 2 Japanese athletes. Bigliano of Italy is underway. One of the Italian athletes, finished 21st in Beijing. Quickly away, getting momentum and speed into that first bend. Denis Petrenko of Kazakhstan. With Kazakhstan athletes in this lineup. Finished at the rear of the field in Beijing. Before that has been too far away from the medals in World Championships. 8th and 9th in Prince George and finished out. Wesley Vinicius dos Santos of Brazil. 23rd in Beijing. 24-year-old who's quickly away and out towards the forest. Kamitov keeping warm. Meunier of Germany then, finding this part of the course very tough indeed. Very powerful athletes in this very steep incline. Energy and time sapping. And Jovicka, lighter athlete in behind. Catching her teammates, and Jovicka, well, she'll be given information by her coaches, and one doesn't want to presume or guess what she's thinking, but I wonder if she's thinking that it's going to be the silver at best. Certainly an athlete of Anja Vicker's quality and history would never think that beforehand. But at the moment, with the form that Kendall Gretsch is in, it looks like it's going to be silver for Vicka. Still a long way to go. Reached halfway as yet. Kamitov. Scott Nina is out onto the course. Hello, Kamitov. 7th in Beijing. And I think it's in with a chance of a medal. One of a handful, which I think can easily get a medal. I think it's a pretty wide open competition, the men's, especially that bronze medal. Took their head down, and Kendall Gretsch took the bend very smoothly. I think she may have just had a look to her right. Men join the women out on the circuit. Gretsch has crossed the line already. Final few to start in the men's competition. Once again, Rivera, Cameron and Romane, the final few.
More and more like another gold medal for Campbell Gregg. But we have 9 more K to go to the finish line.
These athletes in the women's competition crossing the line at the halfway stage. Christian Westmeyer, Rivera. 6th in Lillehammer. Very quickly away, won the silver in the sprint cross-country. Colin Cameron, is he the favourite? Well, he's got a gold medal already. How powerful, the shoulders on Colin. Off he goes. The black beard is speckled by the frost already. That'll be full white by the time he's finished. Cameron's off in search of another gold. Bronze in Beijing in this event, so he has the form over the longer distance. Giuseppe Romele as well. The Italian, he's second in the middle distance in Lillehammer. Silver medal for him there. All went wrong in the long distance. Bronze medalist from Beijing in the middle distance as well. 5th in this event. Has the talent. Don't be surprised if the Italian is right at the top of the early stages. Be slightly erratic at times as well.
Will be. They are in the stadium at the moment. Coming in here. Start number 1, Marie Melje from Germany, and her teammate number 4, Anja Bicke. So welcoming to the stadium for another lapping. When they go on, it will be for the 4th lap at the moment.
Into the stadium once again.
Yes, number 1, Marie Melje.
Now the information being given to the athletes by the announcer here is very clear, very precise in this wonderful permanent stadium in Östersund. Very important. Also, we've mentioned on plenty of occasions the information given by the coaches out in the country as well. You may be wondering why it is important, but these athletes are taking 6 laps. We've had many, many examples of athletes either being given wrong information or not fully aware of how many laps there are to go, and then will carry on. Mistiming maybe a late burst. LA back in Lillehammer. 1 or 2 actually instances in Lillehammer of that happening. Such a zone, especially over this long distance, you're concentrating on keeping your form, concentrating on the track in front of you, and sometimes completely forget how many laps you've had. Imagine if you asked all of the athletes now exactly how many. There'd be a few who might just need a little bit of a hand. Shouldn't really be the case for the women. Again, because they are all relatively nicely spaced out in terms of how far away they are from each other. Let's take a closer look at that. Anja Bicke then a minute behind Gretsch. Picton in 3rd place currently, Meunier in 4th. We await Roche to come through. Roche was in front of Picton 4th, 3rd. The gap between the pair is around about 20 seconds. So we'll keep a close eye on where the Brazilian will sit. Should be in 3rd place. Whether that gap has grown or not. Keep you up to date as the men cross the first of their checkpoints. Kim Yoo-kyun of Korea. Referring to that wonderful gold medal back in Pyeongchang in the 7.5 cross country. Has form over the long distance as a former silver medalist. Finstrau in Germany. And stellar force at 42. Bal goes quickest. Rivera takes over as the leader. All change with these later starters. Baraka, by the way, in the women's is 16 seconds ahead of Picton, so there still is a fight on for the bronze medal. Only 16 seconds the gap. Colin Cameron hits the front. 2.2 ahead of Westmeyer Rivera. So the Canadian leads, only one more athlete to come through. The Italian. Here he comes. Romele is in front by 1.1 seconds, so Romele being given the information, good to hear. Romele, who went the wrong way in Lillehammer, costing him possible gold medal, really. In fact, looking back, it really did. Romele, though, in front from Cameron and Ribeiro. So the big three that were mentioned beforehand, the final three to start the competition, are clear of Bal in fourth. Competition that looks to be, I know it's an early stage, but very close between those three. Go back on YouTube and also the FIS Facebook page, or however you're watching these live pictures, and see previous events. Remember that in Lillehammer, my word. Kamitov. Takes over in front. He's got a chance of possibly progressing towards the medals. Currently in 5th place behind Bal. Here is Bal. It's 5 seconds ahead of Kamitov.
9 minutes 13 seconds after the first lap for men. Här kommer en som åker bra, det är 102 Pablo Bal som kommer här som först gång. Och även startar med 103 är inne här, Christian Westman, Riberia. Pablo Bal,
the 20-year-old Brazilian.
From Brazil, Westmeyer Ribeira from Brazil.
Westmeyer Ribeira.
So we will see Colin Cameron and Giuseppe Romele.
Be dangerous over the sprint distance is the Brazilian. This man's going to be dangerous over any distance. Colin Cameron. Looks to be taking it easy, but looks to be in complete control of what he's doing. Very steady technique. Very powerful man, but to be in complete focus and under control of what he's doing, going at the pace he wants. And that pace currently has him in a strong position. Kendall Gretsch, just next to Cameron. Cameron ahead of Ribera now by 12.7 seconds. Can the Italian, not in the middle of the grooves, looking over, bit of information and nod at the head. Don't like to hark back to Lillehammer, but was the previous World Championship, so it's pretty hard for one not to be honest. 9 seconds up there on Cameron. The Italian is loving life in Sweden. After the first 3K, Mele then leads by 9 seconds over Colin Cameron of Canada. These two are pulled clear by a wide margin already from Westmeyer Ribera. And that battle for bronze, Bal, Kamitov, Shin. Maybe just too far for Christophe Pleuer. Scott Mina in 8th place for Great Britain. Rocker, another Brazilian, in 9th. Is the Italian athlete. Down the field currently in around 10th place. Shibata. To improve from the 16th place in Lillehammer.
Nej, de har fått göra för länge sedan.
Athletes side by side, men and women. Pleuer, the Polish athletes. Making light work of the incline. Santos Roja to the right of your screen. The athletes pretty close to each other on the track. Hamitov going around the outside of another Brazilian rocker. Scott Mina will be looking to do the same. Seen it all before. Very nicely once again.
Up.
John Jasok is struggling somewhat. I'm in 10th place currently. Now, Pablo Bal. Looking for that bronze medal. Not too far behind Wes Meyer Ribera. Cameron ahead of the track on Wes Meyer Ribera. 29 seconds in front of the Brazilian. Now only 8 seconds off the bronze medal pace. Now then, the gap was 9 seconds after the first circuit. Here comes Romele. 14.9, the Italians going further clear of the field, and he's in the clear lead in the men's sitting cross-country long distance. Confirmation of those times. And at the moment, dominance by Romele and this athlete in particular, Kendall Gretsch. On course for another gold. Lead of over a minute. The women's field very spaced out now. A minute 17 in front of Vika, who in turn is over 2 minutes clear of Rucker in third place. At the moment, third and fourth split by only just over 30 seconds. So still a slight question mark there as they enter the final 5K of their cross country.
From Kazakhstan is taking over the lead after 2 laps. 37 seconds ahead of Viktor Pova. Det är då kandidater från Kazakstan som är den nya ledaren för tvåvar på helgen. Vi ska titta in i den lite mer intensivt.
Green sets off on another circuit, past those red indicators for the checkpoint.
After 2 laps for men, Hamitov 18 seconds ahead of the Korean Jung Shin, second place, third place Pleva from Poland, 37 seconds behind, and Mile from Great Britain, fourth place, 44 seconds behind the leader, Jerbold Hamitov. When we are waiting for Pablo Bal, we are waiting for Tristan Westermeyer, we are waiting for Corin Cameron,
Very agile Colin Cameron into the inside grooves. If he's closed that gap, we'll find out shortly. Here comes Colin Cameron. He'll be fine with that. Crossing the line. Hopefully he's a big lad. Gap has grown to Ribera. Now Romele Looks to have increased the gap. 14.9 seconds it was. 25 seconds now, and the Italian is making light work of this course after 2 circuits. A third the way through the competition. 25 seconds clear of Cameron in second, who in turn is well clear of Ribera. Fight on for bronze. Bowler's close to within a second now, and don't rule out Kamitov, who's my outside shout for a medal. Shin keeping them honest in front.
She's going for the last lap. With a smile on the face.
So a third of that competition has gone. But for the women, Kendall Gretsch out in front. And she'll be crossing the line here with 1 circuit to go. So this is the 15K checkpoint. And it's going to be gold for Gretsch. She just needs to keep those arms going. Really matter about the time in the moment. She's built up such a lead. So Kendall Gretsch of the United States, silver medalist in this event in previous 2 World Championships, and is long odds on to be the gold medalist here. Off onto the final circuit, 3 kilometers more for Gretsch for another gold.
Det är brasilianska Dos Santos Rocha som fortfarande är 3.
So out onto her final 3K. And she's dominated from the start. The first 3 kilometers by Kendall was relatively easy going, checking out the conditions. And then on the second circuit, built up the lead over Vika. And it's just grown and grown as the kilometers tick by. Picton looking set for 4th place. 40 seconds behind Oroja.
Now is close to the intermediate time for the second lap. För slutvarvet en 100-starten. Så Kristina Picton från Kanada åker på den 4:e plats här nu. Jag kan tänka mig om inte Dos Santos från Brasilien och sprungskar på sista varvet, och det skiljer då 40 sekunder dem emellan efter 4 laps, 40 seconds behind Picton and Dos Santos from Brazil in advantage of the Brazilian women. Kristina Picton från Kanada, yes, och Kanada har läst. De känner ganska nöjda nu på sista varvet, och det gäller då att plocka ut det sista naturligtvis som de har. 18 kilometer sittning. Det är ingen enkel uppgift, mina vänner.
Well, at the moment, the 2 silver medal position athletes, Vika and Cameron, in the same shot. Just behind Cameron. Ball is going very nicely now, and imagine when they cross into the stadium, will possibly be in third place. But no one's going better in the men's competition than Giuseppe Romele. 37.6 seconds. The gap is growing with every checkpoint crossed. Italian coach giving him information. It's nice that Giuseppe looks over and acknowledges. It gives us the indication that he's fully understood and listening to the coaches. Again, very exciting athlete, Giuseppe Romele, wears his heart on his sleeve and is all action. And at the moment leads by 37.6 seconds from Cameron. Bell up into third place. Kamitov is going nicely. Roberto's just dropping further down now. So it may be between Bell and Kamitov for the bronze. Back to the stadium, where we're awaiting Kendall Gretsch. Two men still coming through. There's Kamitov going well. Thought had a chance of a medal. 7th in Beijing. One or two were ahead of him there. Not taking part, it's only natural he's featuring in the medals. Gretsch is through the halfway point of her final lap, by the way.
Han kommer vinna strax här. De avslutade bit number 101. Sing from Korea. Really good performance. 6th place after 2 laps. Holland startade med 101, lika 6:a efter det första, 2 första
Bell and Cameron.
för tredje gången.
Bell's gone past Cameron, who's
snart inne på stadion här där
switch.
borta har vi en duo, nämligen nummer 102 och 104. 102 är Pablo Ball, Ukraina.
Colin Cameron, what can he do with Romele at the moment? Not a lot. We can try and peg back the Italian. He won't be too far behind. He'll enter in the top left of the screen at some point.
Pablo Ball from Ukraine. 3 laps just now where we have in the lead, Kamito from Kazakhstan, 27 minutes, 29 seconds. Colin Cameron, han går hårt här med 104. Really hard, Colin Cameron.
Crossing the checkpoints. Cameron will take over, and then Romele will come through. Oh, Pablo Bell. Oh, dear. Well, there's an example of what can happen. Slightly unsteady, not even around the bend. It was on the straight. Precious seconds can be lost. Cameron going further clear of Bell then. Melee changing over. It's a good move. It's to avoid get a clear run past Shibata. Romele's advantage looks to be growing. Indeed, Romele now 47.9 seconds clear of Cameron. Bell in third, and Kamitov just starting to drop away now in 4th in the men's. That's at the halfway stage. And Eureka coming through to start her final lap. She knows that she's clear in second. Needs to keep going for a silver medal. But it won't be long until we see Kendall Gretsch. They're picked on by 2 minutes and 20 seconds. The German looks good for silver.
Han gick ganska tryggt på sin silverplats. Det blir väl så även idag, skulle jag tänka mig. Hörni, vi har fått ordning på Kendall Gretsch. Vi har en print now från number 5, Kendall Gretsch från United States of America. Hon har avverkat sina 18 kilometer alldeles strax. Vi har henne väl för långt borta på stadion där. Now we prepare for the finish for Kendall Gretsch, who will take another gold medal here at the stadium.
Rockhart coming through.
The winner yesterday in the pipe competition. Väl in alldeles där kan vara henne längst bort i skogsbrynet borta före henne. Det står med 3. Bib number 3, Aline dos Santos Rocha from Brazil. Also into the stadium just now. Going out for a step, and number 1, Marilyn Marinenje from Germany, also into the stadium, preparing for the last lapping.
So Rocker will come through and will be out onto the final circuit. Currently in 3rd place. But here comes Kendall Gretsch of the United States. Has dominated this event from the start. Will go wider into the start and finish straights. Kendall Gretsch of the United States, the silver medalist in the previous 2 World Championships in the long distance cross country, is going to be gold for Gretsch this time around in Sweden. Gold on day 1, gold on day 2. It's all Kendall Gretsch in Sweden, the gold medalist once again, and the world champion in the long distance cross country. Can anyone stop Kendall Gretsch? Gold for Kendall Gretsch. She's absolutely dominated this field, and well, at the moment, in the sitting category, whether it's in the biathlon or in the cross-country events, Kendall Gretsch is dominating every event. Gold on day 1, gold on day 2. And I say, can anyone stop the American? At the moment, the answer is certainly no. So that's 2 golds in 2 days. I don't think she's finished yet. Cameron with the ever-growing white beard. Still in front of Bal. But Bal is in 3rd place. So as long as he keeps tabs on Cameron, visually on the track, you'd imagine that would be sufficient for Bal then to finish in 3rd place. Mele, though, is going to catch the 2nd and 3rd on track. Over a minute clear. The Italian is absolutely flying through the Swedish countryside. Minute and 3 up on Colin Cameron. Similar distance then, similar time back to Pavlo Bal, who is 23 seconds ahead now of Kamitov in fourth.
Från Kanada. Det är number 2. Med 2 alltså. Ja, här kommer de in då.
Christina Picton then of Canada coming through. She's in fourth place, over a minute away from the third position. It will be a comfortable fourth for Christina. Takes the wider route into the finishing straight.
They will go for the 5th lap. Alltså 12 kilometer herrarna nu.
Christina Picton comes through and completes her long distance cross country in an hour and 10:44.
Really good performance today. Hard work to do. Support from the Python competition yesterday. Vi kan få en lite imorgon. Vilodag imorgon, måndag och vilodag på torsdag. Annars är det tävling i stort sett varje dag. Nummer 1 är Shin från Korea. Number 101, Shin Korea. Jag leder alltså in the lead now after 4 laps, 12K. Gerbo Kanisa, Kazakhstan. Second place is Diego from Poland. 7 seconds behind third place.
Christina Picton there and a fellow Canadian Colin Cameron coming through. Where's Pavlo Bal, who was on the back of his skis?
Kanada kommer här också. De är 104.
Well, being in front of Cameron, but it doesn't look like it.
Comfortable, I think. Colin Cameron, number 104, now after 4 laps, so it can be good time.
Here's from LA. We'll have Cameron in his sights. Well, with Pavlo Bal in front of Cameron, just on the bottom of the screen, just saw the light blue. Now no further back, there he is, mono 2 being taken by Romele. So Bal just dropping a bit further back. At one stage actually was in front of, got back in front of Cameron, but has now been dropped by the Canadian. And Romele will know that Colin Cameron is his nearest rival. He's a full minute 20 though. Just needs to avoid getting in a tangle with Bal. There's been a bit of an effort here to get past Bal. Using up quite a fair bit of energy, but I don't think it's really going to matter. If he just keeps Colin Cameron in his sights, he's going to be coasting to the gold medal.
Vi ska snart börja rekapitulera lite grann. Kommer ni med till Westermeier Riviera. 103, Christian Westermeier Riviera från Brasil. Ganska bra här hela tiden här.
Now Ribera finding things tough. Looking around, maybe trying to get a bit of information. Down in 5th place. Was in 3rd, and as part of that conversation, he has dropped away somewhat. Female athlete still out on the track, dos Santos Roja of Brazil. Third place. Still clear of Christina Picton. Running things tough. So is Meunier in behind. Krejci ahead of Vicker. 2 minutes 48. Certain of the gold. Anja Vicker comes into the stadium and into the finishing straights.
Nu kommer Anja Vicker. Now entering the finish area. Anja Vicker from Germany is going for the silver medal, second place today. Hon var tvåa igår på skidlyckat Anja Vicker. Start med fler.
Anja Vicker of Germany was fifth in Lillehammer.
From Germany, Anja Vicker is struggling hard for another.
Former world champion in long distance biathlon. Silver in the sprint biathlon yesterday and silver in the long distance cross country today. Silver for Vicker. Heavy breathing from Vicker, has found it tough out there. It's a super silver though for the German. And she'll be eyeing gold in future events this week in Östersund. Well, this is significant. Colin Cameron in second place to the right of your screen. To the left is Giuseppe Romele, who's relishing overtaking the Canadian. Is in front by 1 minute and 43 and powering clear of his nearest rival. If you can say rival, being 1 minute 43 in front. The Italian moves in front of Cameron, and Colin Cameron will know how far clear he is behind Romele. 1 minute 43 to confirm. Safely in second ahead of Pavlo Bal, who's 15 ahead of Kamitov. So that's significant on the track. Tells the story. Romele knows he just needs to stay in front of Cameron. But with only just over 3K left, it's going to be gold to the Italian if he keeps on going in the men's 18K. Smiles by Anja Vicker. I think she knows, and she will know, that Kendall Gretsch was just too good today. I wonder whether she's going to be too good for the rest of the week as well. It's going to be a bronze medal, it seems, for Aline dos Santos Roja of Brazil.
har vi också i rött där borta. Och vi har Scott Minel från Great Britain.
Into the home straights.
Men nu har på väg mot mål. Alina dos Santos Rocha from Brazil.
Alina dos Santos Rocha, clear off Picton. Fourth in Lillehammer, but it's a bronze medal for the Brazilian. Alina dos Santos Rocha wins the bronze medal in the long distance cross country in Östersund. A brilliant bronze for the Brazilian.
Tyskland tvåa och nyss målgång med Alina dos Santos Rocha från Brasilien är trea. Här kommer nummer 99. Det är Scott Minel från Great Britain. Coming in for the last lapping.
Here comes Belle-Marie Meunier.
Just now, with 1 lap to go.
The 18-year-old German crosses the line in 5th place. Warm welcome then back from volunteers and coaches for Meunier. 18-year-old with a big future ahead of her. Confirmation then of the women's 18k individual classic sit-in, and it's a gold medal for Kendall Gletsch, winning by over 3 minutes. Anja Becker in second, another silver for her, and Rocha, an excellent bronze for the Brazilian. But it's Kendall Gletsch with the gold medal, 2 goals in 2 days for the American. Seppi Ramallet set for the gold medal. And through the 15-kilometre checkpoint and off onto his final circuits.
Second place, 2 minutes behind us now. Third place now.
So over 2 minutes clear then of Cameron Ball in second. Less than 20 seconds from himself and Kamitov. Lots of encouragement then being given to Ball on his final circuits. So the leaders in the men's then out into the forest for the final time.
Däremot lite öppet fortfarande. Still a little open history between Pavlobal, Ukraine, third place, and 18 seconds down to Khamilov.
Fleets coming through onto their final circuits. Christian Westmeyer Ribera. Fifth place at the moment. Trying to hang on to that 5th place, not too far behind him, the likes of Plo of Poland and Shin Yu-hyun, Korea. Started off very quickly, did Rivera.
Position number 5 or 6. Also number 97.
So the Brazilian finished around about the same position as he did in Lillehammer, maybe in 5th place compared to the 6th. Shorter distances may favour his current silver medalist in the sprint cross country. Really in 6th place here now. Let's find out their standings then with a full circuit to go. And Giuseppe Romano just needs to keep on going. He's 2 minutes clear then of Colin Cameron in silver, who in turn is well over a minute clear of Pavlo Bal. 18 seconds between Bal and Kametov, third and fourth. And then you go back a full minute to Plua and Ribera. So Bal and Kametov still to be decided who's going to finish in third. But there's no doubt about the gold and the silver. First the athletes, then coming through the midway checkpoints. Kametov being the first in the blue. Lower then in the red and white. Poland. Kametov. And he closed the gap on Bal. 18 seconds. It's been steadily growing over the last couple of checkpoints, so the likelihood is probably not. Trying to keep warm. And the Italians, well, they'll be jumping for joy when Romane comes into the stadium. They're jumping for joy already. His team, they know that their man is going to win gold. Scott Mina of Great Britain, well, what a day yesterday, finishing fourth. And he'll be looking to future events this week. Halfway point of the final lap for Scott. Currently in 8th place. And here is the leader, Giuseppe Romane. He's not letting up at all. He's putting the power down. He wants to finish in style. Doesn't really matter about where he's skiing. Doesn't really stick to the grooves. He does it his own way. Well, the encouragement by his coach in laughing. You're so far clear. You're over a minute, 2 minutes clear of Cameron. Jin Yu-Kyun. Sure, he skis in his sleep. He's competing in so many events. Former Paralympic winter champion. Here's Colin Cameron. It's going to be another medal for the Canadian. It won't be the gold of yesterday, but he's in great form. Bal looks pretty safe in third place, with Kametov just dropping further back. Indeed, that 16-second lead has remained at 16 seconds. Nice encouragement from the Italian coach out there. Their man is going to win, and yet still giving encouragement to the rest. Through comes Kametov. Going to be fourth for him, it seems. There's Kametov giving his all. Might not be enough for a medal, though, it seems, with Bal going pretty well. But we're waiting to see number 105, Giuseppe Romane. The Italian will be through very shortly. Hopefully into the home straights. Scott Mina. Comes into the stadium.
Det är alltså sprint tävling på tisdag eller two-stage sprint competition with qualification and finals.
Scott Mina then into the home straights.
Tomorrow is a day off. Into the finish area just now, Scott
Mina around about 8th place for the British athletes.
Position number 8, 9,
and he'll cross the line in under 57 minutes. 56.43 for Scott Mina. But Giuseppe Romele will be through into the stadium in the next few seconds. Here comes the Italian. It all went wrong in Lillehammer a few years ago, but Giuseppe Romele has dominated the long-distance cross-country and is the world champion. The Italian wins gold in Sweden. Giuseppe Romele has blown the opposition away. In-form rivals has fallen by the wayside as Romele wins gold for Italy. Stunning performance from the Italian. Huge smile on his face. He's deserved this. He's been absolutely exceptional on the snow here in Sweden. And well, I mentioned about Lillehammer. I think you can put a line through that now. What a performance from the Italian. Here comes Pablo Bal.
It could be like that.
Looks good for bronze.
Pablo Bal is the faster. Yes, I think it's so.
Bal through for bronze. Colin Cameron gold yesterday for the Canadian. It's silver in the long distance cross country for Colin Cameron. What a world championships he's having. Gold and silver. Fist bump to Bal, who came third. They've been in sight of each other the whole way round pretty much. They could do nothing about Romele out in front. Cameron will be featuring amongst the medals, I'm sure, as the week goes on in Östersund.
18 kilometer i tuff Östersundsterräng i sittski, det skojar man inte bort, verkligen inte.
More and more athletes coming through.
Into the finish just now, Michel Biglione from Italy, number 94. Kommer inför målgång här nu. Samtidigt som jag ska in ytterligare några löpare inför kvalning. Biglione, place number 8 at the moment. We're waiting for the last lapping for number 92, Jeong from Korea, 95, Petrenko from Kazakhstan.
Further athletes then coming through, finishing their cross country.
For number 95, Denis Petrenko from Kazakhstan.
Takahiro Minamoto encouraged all the way to the line, the 42-year-old. The gap between Bal and Kamatov, by the way, was increased to 29 seconds. Christian Westmeyer Ribeiro, he started very, very quickly and was right up there amongst the medals after the first lap or so. Has dropped away to run about 6th place. Scott Mina currently in 6th place. Christian Westmeyer Ribeiro takes over in 6th, drops Scott down to 7th, who may well finish in 8th place.
Sen ser vi då att vi på bortalångsidan har den sista kvalningen. Last lapping for 6 class, Jesse Young from Korea, number 92, going for the last lap, 3 kilometers to the finish. Place number 14 for Young from Korea.
Giuseppe Romele wins gold in the men's 18-kilometre individual classic sit-in winning by, look at the gap, 3 minutes and 16 seconds to Colin Cameron. He never let up at all, the Italian, even though it was very comfortable from after the first 6 kilometres. Pavlo Bal in 3rd place, ahead of Kamitov. That was the battle that we were waiting for in the final half of the race. Never really got closer than 16 seconds. So Romele gold, Cameron silver, and Bal with the bronze.
Som sagt var klockan 12.00. Det är dags. Herrarna, Vision Impaired, synnedsättning. Där vi då bland annat har Sebastian Morin. Guillermo Roca, to the finish.
Roca of Brazil through.
7 at the moment. The position ranked the 11th.
Down in 11th place.
Thank you for coming, Guillermo Roca.
Just over an hour. Just behind his teammates in the standings. Well, the talent has always been there by Giuseppe Romele. It's just been a case of going through with the entire race, mishaps and all sorts in the past, and disappointing performances on occasion. But the talent has been there, but today it all came through, and you wonder with what he's got in the tank, winning by over 3 minutes. Could it start a real era of domination from the Italian? 30 years old now. So he's just coming into his absolute peak, and a big danger to all in any competition he enters. We'll find out throughout the course of the week here in Östersund quite what the Italian can do. Still 1 or 2 athletes left out in the forest. And we await their arrival into the stadium. So the stadium is silent now. It wasn't a few minutes ago when both Grech and Romele came into the home straight and crossed the line to win gold. Still a few athletes that are left to cross the line, completing their competition. Shibata of Japan. Currently in 13th place, completing his competition, and encouraged all the way to the line. 1 hour 6 and 10 for the exhausted Japanese Shibata.
Now lack of power from the Japanese.
Wesley Vinicius dos Santos then. The next to come into the home straights.
To the finish area at the moment, the Brazilian Wesley Vinicius dos Santos coming in just now, going for position number
in 12th place.
11 or number 12, maybe. Loads and thank you for the show today, Wesley.
Taking it quite easy in the home straight, knowing he's down the field, 6th in Lillehammer.
Yes, of course.
So down in 12th today. It's in the same sort of form. Two more athletes are out on the course. But for now, let's take a look at the medal places. And Giuseppe Romele wins gold for Italy. He's the new world champion in the men's 18K individual classic sitting, winning by over 3 minutes to Colin Cameron, the gold medalist of yesterday. Silver for the Canadian today. And it's a bronze medal for the Ukrainian Pavlo Bal, 4 minutes and 5 seconds behind Romele. And he was in front of Kamitov. The battle for bronze went to Bal as the Kazakhstan athlete finishes in 4th. Poland in 5th. And the first of the Brazilians, Resmael Ribeira, in 6th place. 7th for the British athlete Scott Mina. The experienced Shin Yukyun in 8th place, just behind Scott. Charles Biglione, I'm sure, will be delighted with Romele winning gold. He was down in 9th place, and the first of the Japanese athletes in 10th, Minamoto. In the women's competition, the women's 18-kilometre individual classic sitting, dominated by the American athlete Kendall Gretsch, who wins her 2nd gold medal of these championships. 2 golds in 2 days for Gretsch, and she wins by, again, over 3 minutes from Anja Wicker. 2nd for the German again. And Aline dos Santos Rocha in 3rd place. Dos Santos Rocha, then, it's a bronze for the Brazilian. Started off very well, but then settled into her competition in 3rd place. It was evident she was going to be ahead of the rest, and a fair way behind Wicker and also Gretsch. Delight, though, for the Brazilian. Another silver for Anja Wicker. Silver yesterday in the sprint biathlon, but today in the long-distance cross-country, she couldn't do anything about Kendall Gretsch, and she was clear of the rest for silver. Kendall Gretsch took it easy, I think, on the first lap. Was only a couple of seconds ahead of Wicker, and then she really put the hammer down and went clear. And Kendall Gretsch at the moment in this form, can anyone stop the American athlete? 2 golds in 2 days, and plenty more, I reckon, throughout the course of the week. Another gold for the American. So Kendall Gretsch, then, another gold for the American athlete. Let's hear from the new world champion.
Congratulations, Kendall. A familiar face in the winners area. 2 gold medals now. How does it feel to get 2 in the first 2 days?
Yeah, I'm really excited about that. It felt really great the past couple of races. So, yeah, it makes me excited for the coming races, and yeah, it's just a great way to start.
Are there any other races that you can see across the competition which you're feeling confident with?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, the biathlon races are always usually my favorite, so excited for those. And yeah, I just really love this course that we're skiing on. So yeah, I'm excited for all of them.
And it doesn't feel like you've just done 18 kilometres out in the Swedish forests. I mean, you are seeming very, very calm and chill. Tell us about the course out there. Is it a tough one? It looks quite tough when we can see it on the screen.
Yeah, no, it's a really tough course. There's a lot of like technical turns that you have to take, and a good amount of climbing. And so, yeah, I think it's a tough course, but it's a really fun one for us to ski. So I think everyone's enjoying this race.
Perfect. I'll let you get out of the -13 because it's cold here. Congratulations again, Kendall.
Yeah, thanks.
Kendall Gretsch there talking to JP down after just past the finish line in the area where she'll be picking up her medal. We'll have the medal ceremonies in a short while. Make sure you continue with the live stream. All those medal ceremonies later, after the appropriate amount of time for the officials to work out exactly who's finished where, to confirm everything, to dot the I's and cross the T's. Pavlo Bal finishing in bronze for Ukraine. Good battle with Kamitov, but Bal strong at the end, raced predominantly either just in front or just behind the silver medalist, this man, Colin Cameron. Gold yesterday in the sprint biathlon. Silver today for Colin Cameron. Neither of those two could do anything, no, with the super Italian. Here he is, Giuseppe Romele. Was absolutely exceptional today, winning by over 3 minutes, powering through even at the final lap. Huge smile pretty much all the way round, and he's the new world champion. Look what it means to the Italian. The 30-year-old wins his first world title. First of many, possibly this week. Well, he seemed very happy. Let's hear from the new world champion, talking once again to JP.
Congratulations, Giuseppe. A gold medal. How do you feel?
Yes, my favorite race is the long distance, the favorite day, and the big problem for ice, but no problem for yes.
And was it a tough course out there? Is it difficult today?
The race is very, very, very difficult. The strong climb, but no strong arm.
You did very, very well.
Thank you.
How does it feel to get a gold medal, to win?
Yes, the 1 year for training specific for middle long distance. Congratulations for organizing the championship in Östersund.
Congratulations, Giuseppe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Mio caro, quinto giro, ho detto adesso mi sono ghiacciati I piedi.
Well, that's fantastic to hear from Giuseppe. He's absolutely delighted with that, and just, well, he heard him there, training for a year for this, and he's going to be a danger of those middle distances by the sounds of things. The form he's in as well, he's going to be a big danger to all, and he sounds as happy as he looks as well. Romele winning by over 3 minutes, carrying a second, and Bal with the bronze. All of the athletes have completed their competition. So these are the final standings. Rocha, Vinicius de Santos, then 2 Brazilians down in 11th and 12th. And the final few athletes, Shibata, Zhang and Pachenko, then finishing in 15th. We'll have the medal ceremonies for the men's and women's competition before we head to the next classification in the long distance cross country, with the standing and VI competitions to come. Medal ceremonies will be in around about 25 minutes' time.
Det var ingen bra ingen kan svara. Det var en bra fråga. Jag har fått damer har jag fått.
Du vill ha precis samma som förra gången.
Perfekt.
Då ska jag väl göra det. Så det är här inne. Gick det bra med varven där ändå eller?
Ja, det är det. Jag förstår det. Ja. Ja, vi ska jobba med dem. Nu ska vi se. USA, Tyskland, Brasilien. Innan då. Och herrarna kan vi väl gena lite. Det är väl... Ja. Ja, vi håller på att förbereda oss för medaljceremoni för sittande klassen. Vi kommer att börja med damerna alldeles strax. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first winner and medal ceremony of today, consisting the class women's 18-kilometer individual class sitting. The medal and flowers will be handed over by Stefano Arnold from FIS and Snowboarding Executive Committee Chair. In third place, Aline dos Santos Rocha, Brazil. In second place, and silver medalist, Anja Wicker, Germany. And in first place, gold medalist and new world champion, Kendall Gretsch, United States of America. And even today, the municipality of Östersund will give the top 3 athletes a tray with a picture of the Northern Light over the city. And it will be handed over by Mora Jonsson, the finance director, the city of Östersund. And to honor the winner of the competition of today, we will now hear the national anthem of the United States of America. Gretsch, world champion, USA. Congrats to all of you, and thank you, and see you soon. And ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes we will enter the second medal ceremony for today. It's for the class man sitting. We'll be back in a few minutes only. The time now, 11:58. That means that we are 11 minutes now away from next start procedure. It's men long distance, 18-kilometer, vision impaired.
Många dagar kvar. Visst har du 3 brickor här, va? Visst har du 3 brickor? Ja, det tror jag. Ja, men alltså, och jag är bra på namn egentligen, så jag blir irriterad. Skidalen.
Welcome to the winner and medal ceremony for the competition 18-kilometer individual class sitting. The medal and flowers will be handed over by Stefano Arnold, the FIS Forest of Sports Executive Committee Chair. In third place, Pavlo Bal, Ukraine. Bronze medalist Pablo Bal. In second place, and silver medalist Colin Cameron, Canada.
Good job.
And in first place, the gold medalist and the new world champion, Giuseppe Romele, Italy. And even here, the municipality of Östersund will give the top 3 athletes a tray with a picture of the Northern Light over the city. And they will be handed over by Mona Jonsson, the finance director in the city of Östersund.
Thank you.
And to honor the winner of the competition today, we will now hear the national anthem of Italy. good luck in the future. I always say to you, and thank you for your appearance and your really, really hard work today.
Welcome back to Östersund here in Sweden for the 2023 Nordic Skiing World Championships. Pete Selby here in the commentary booth and ready for the next couple of events. The weather is perfect. It's minus 13. It's very, very cold. But look how clear it is. That's over on the far side of Östersund. Couldn't actually see that yesterday. It was clear yesterday, but even clearer today. The sun is shining. There's hardly a breath of wind in the air. Let's take a look at the course for the standing. 29 metres height difference, the maximum climb of 22. Overall, just under 100 metres in terms of the climb. That's the real steep part of the course, just before the checkpoint. And then there's some very steep inclines, and then descends in towards the stadium. Look at the second half of the course. You're either going uphill steeply or rapidly downhill. Fairly modest in the first half, and then it all changes in the second half. Very interesting course out in the forest, away to the right of shots. Let's take a look at the start list then for the next event, starting in the next couple of minutes. And it's the men's 18 kilometres individual classic VI category. We asked you to get us underway of Japan, Kravchuk, Oxo, Grabowski, and then the big three, including Sebastian Modin of Sweden, Jake Adikov and Inki Enola, all taking part. That's silver, bronze and fourth place from Beijing, the 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. No Brian McKeever here in Sweden, but we have a power-packed men's VI. Following on from the men's VI, pretty shortly after will be the men's classic stand-in. And we have a more than decent field as well. First the Norwegians taking part. Chinsky of Ukraine will be a danger. I think it's a very wide open classic stand-in, to be honest. It's going to be between those top three in the VI, but the classic is really wide open. Athletes keeping warm down at the start. It will be the VI to start things off. Well, just gone midday, so in the next minute or so. And then the standing category for the men. Women's both VI and standing will be later, local time, at 2 o'clock. Again, both categories pretty close to each other. But for now, it's the first athlete then, starting in the men's VI. Yasu of Japan, 35-year-old underway. Also an accomplished rower as well, rowed for Japan in the home Paralympic Games of Tokyo. 7th in this event in Beijing. First World Championships for him. Kravchuk of Ukraine. 12th in Lillehammer. Previous World Championships. led by Konstantin Yarmolenko. 173. Thomas Oxal of Norway in the Norwegian red. Oxal gets his competition underway. Relay bronze from Beijing, and also Lillehammer, part of a strong Norwegian side, will probably be in that lineup once again. 11th individually in Lillehammer. Kowalski was 6th in Beijing. And you'd imagine will be on the probably outskirts of the medals, the Polish athlete. 49 years old now. And now we have the big three. Kienola. Gets underway in the blue and white of Finland. 4th in Beijing. And that's his best result to date for the 23-year-old from Finland. Wasn't far behind the medals. Was a minute and a half away from Sebastian Modin. Adikov of the United States was around about a minute 20 or so. Minute 10 in front of Modin in silver in Beijing. Adikov won bronze in Lillehammer. And gets his competition underway. Sam Wood leading Adikov. And the home crowd waiting for Sebastian Modin. Cheers from the crowd. Silver yesterday for Sebastian Modin. Will it be gold for the Swedish athletes? It won't be for the lack of support. And he gets his competition underway. Bronze medalist from Beijing. Again, silver, bronze and 4th place here in Sweden. Will it be the same order? In good form yesterday, Modin, in the sprint biathlon, finishing 2nd. It was a very good competition. And all the athletes now underway in the men's long distance cross country VI. Modin finished 2nd to Kazik. Could do nothing about the Ukrainian. Even with the 5 misses, still would have been behind. This time they're not bothered about the shooting range just behind this camera. It's just about the skis. Off goes Adikov. Modin the last to go. And we're underway with the 3rd event of 6 on day 2. There's 7 athletes over in the forest away to the right of the screen. And we have the men's 18K individual classic standing category to come. And they'll be sent on their way in about 15 minutes' time to join the VI athletes out on the course. Get an indication soon of the first checkpoints halfway around or after a kilometre. After the flurry activity, the stadium falls silent as we await the first athletes then to come back into the stadium, and also the start of the standing. Now out in the country, look at that for a sight. Lots of heavy snow before the competition's gone underway yesterday, and I'm expecting an awful lot really over the coming week or so. still conditions, very cold, but just perfect, really. For Nordic Skiing. Kravchuk was the first to go through the checkpoints. Already ahead of the Japanese athlete who started in front of him. 45 seconds he's pulled out on Oyasu. Easy to pick out in the crowd, Thomas Axel. Nine seconds down already on the Ukrainian. Nola of Finland. It's very, very early stage for the first kilometre of 18. Give an indication of where they are. Here come the big three. 19 seconds clear of Kravchuk. Adikov comes through, 14 seconds up on Inola. Going very well, Jake Adikov. Already clear of the Finnish athletes, and we await Sebastian Modin. Modin is the only B1 athlete in this VI category. Sport class of B1. Skiers in this class are either blind or have very low visual acuity. And if you want a brief explanation, if you were to recognise the letter E, the athletes cannot recognise that. If it's 15 by 15 centimetres in size from only a distance of 25 centimetres. And the only B1 athlete is Sebastian Modin. He's outside of Adikov's time, but only by 2.4 seconds. So the battle between Adikov and Modin already only 2.4 seconds between the pair. See the guy there talking all the time with a speaker and on his back, and also sometimes a little radio through as well. Adikov then leads only by 2.4 seconds. Enola then in third, 14 seconds behind the leader. Kravchuk in fourth. So this early stage, it looks between the top four already, although Kravchuk, as he goes through, may well be up against it for a medal. To go though, his first initial checkpoint and the first circuit really, around 6 times. I want to paint the picture of what could happen at the end of the race after the first circuit. We're ahead of ourselves. I know it's very easy to do in this sort of events. I'm trying to just keep it under wraps whilst talking out loud. It bent very nicely. Nine seconds was the gap of the checkpoint halfway around the first circuit. So was going nicely, and he's got it down to just over a second. Now Yasu staying out wide. That's very respectful for the quicker athletes. And look at the three behind the Japanese athletes. The American in the Stars and Stripes on the right,
After the first lap, the intermediate time.
That's Adikov. Enola on the inside in the sky blue and in the white. Kowalski of Poland. Modin will be further back. Adikov goes through. 25 seconds the gap between himself and the finish. Athlete Enola growing all the time. It's looking like Adikov versus Modin then for the gold. Sometimes these quicker athletes coming through, the likes of Adikov, can really help athletes try and keep on their tails, keep on their skis, keep them in sight for the guides. We had that in the previous events, the sitting competition, with Pablo Bal and Colin Cameron essentially racing together for virtually the entire race, finishing second and third. Bal knew he couldn't catch Cameron really, and Cameron knew that Romani was so far in front. He's just going to keep with Bal, and there's his rival for the silver medal. Very comfortable for the pair. So he can really help. Now here comes Modin. Adikov's time on screen. Cheers from the crowd in the giant stand away to the left of the screen. Seven seconds up on Adikov. Now, I just wonder whether that traffic for Adikov has maybe had a little effect. 7 seconds is a fair amount. He was behind by 2.4, so nearly 10 seconds he's made up. Could well be just that traffic problems. There's Adikov going through, again on the right of screen, so 7 seconds up Modin. Be interesting for the next checkpoint, halfway through the lap. Once Adikov is clear, maybe when they go through after 6 kilometres, we'll get a clearer view of things. So Swedish fans out there, now just hold on for 1 second. It could well be just that bit of traffic for Jake Adikov. Of course, in the VI would make more of an effect than say, sitting or the standing. But you try telling them, fans. I'm not. JPR interviewer can go out and have a word with them and say, look, Pete reckons there's a possibility of Adikov just slowing down through, getting past the slower rivals. Let's not dampen the atmosphere. Team Oxel out waiting. It is minus 14 or so out there. The locals are made of stern stuff. Swedish, Norwegians. That lad there has got a Swedish hat on and a Norwegian flag. Not entirely sure who he's supporting. Supporting everyone, which is a great feature here. We'll be waiting for the standing class. The athletes keeping warm. Not just the athletes as well, the guides. Maybe a Christmas present, the My Little Pony hats. You can hear in the distance the noise the skis make. Twanging noise. So they slide through the grooves. And hold Kravchuk. Guide out in front by quite a distance, actually. He's confident. And Kravchuk keeping to those grooves. B3 athlete Kravchuk, so shouldn't be a problem being so far in front of the athletes. Oxel on the right. Here comes Jake Adikov. Clear of the traffic now. Sam Woody's guide Take Adikov on the inside route of Oxel. Inola in the blue for Finland. Bałski in the Polish white. Been left behind by that group. Bałski in third place at the moment, but he's full 40 seconds or so behind Inola. So the top three look pretty set at the moment. Three minutes down on the leader. Ariasu. Seventh place. Now Sebastian Modin in front by 7 seconds over Adikov. Coming up to the checkpoints. Looks to be moving very nicely. 21.6 seconds. So the gap has widened. Well, speculation whether the slower athletes got in the way of Adikov may well have just been possible fanciful reasons for the gap, especially if you're a United States and Jake Adikov supporter. 21 seconds down then on Modin. Inola in third place, and Grabowski looks like he's set for fourth or fifth with Oxel and Kravchuk not too far behind. Ariasu then at the rear in seventh place. So advantage Modin, certainly.
For the competitor.
Adikov has clear snow in front of him. Oh, and takes a fall. Also, in front of his guide. So Adikov getting on with things. Where is his guide? Sam Wood. Now then, there he is. Just a concern then for a second. Whether he leaves Adikov to go through on the straight by himself. There's a slight issue there. He's a B3 athlete, Adikov. First of the standing classification underway. Carl Tabouret of France. Here's the first of the men. 11th yesterday in the 7.5K biathlon. Here comes Modin. 21.6 seconds up on Adikov.
Så det blir kanske där tycker jag inte att fina här ju väl inte blir
Still a very long way to go. This will be a third of the way through their race. And Adikov's time, 16:41. Going to be inside that. Has the 21 seconds grown? Seems so. By quite a margin as well. 35.5 seconds, Sebastian Molin. It's looking good for the Swedish athletes. Local fans happy with that. It didn't look all okay with Adikov, and that's been backed up by the time. So a third of the way through the men's 18-kilometre individual classic VI, Sebastian Molin is leading by 35.5 seconds from Jake Adikov in second. Third place, Niki Enola, a full 1 minute and 19 behind. Clear in third. And there's not a lot at all between Oksal, Bobowski, and also we're throwing Kravchuk as well, fourth, fifth and sixth, who look like they're battling for fourth. But at the moment, it's advantage Molin by over half a minute. Athletes continuing to start in the standing competition. A couple of Mongolian athletes. Sejmid of Mongolia. Starting his competition. 10th in Lillehammer. Carlton Hogan of Norway. So that lad can wave that Norwegian flag. 10th in Beijing. Competed for an awful long time. Medal in Nagano in 1998. 6 Paralympic medals. Over the shorter distances, though. Luca Tavazzi then starts for Switzerland. A few more to follow. Now here's Adikov, once again, with no Sam Wood. Where is Adikov's guide? Either the guide is up ahead, or way behind, or no longer on the course. Can't see him at the moment. Can only be an inconvenience for Adikov. And, well, we'll just keep a close eye on his times, because surely that's going to be an inconvenience. And Inola, he's not too far behind when you count how long they have to go. They've still got over 10 kilometres. Well, if you're going to make back 10 seconds from each of those Ks, possibly, that will get him back level. And then just ahead of Adikov. Oop, that stumble from Kravchuk. Still 53 seconds is quite the lead for Adikov over Inola for the silver medal, but when you're talking about the gold, surely Modin, it's his to lose now. Fingers crossed everything's okay with Sam Wood. I haven't heard anything at all. Wait the sounds and the sights of Sebastian Modin. One of the search dogs, anti-doping dogs as well over in here in Sweden. Wrapped up nice and warm. Good boy. Now this is where the guides will be important as well. Now there are standing athletes out on the course. Adikov will have to be careful. And of course, being careful can only be the time as well. 50 seconds clear of Adikov. Modin is motoring towards the goal. So Modin then in front by 50 seconds, and you can see the gap then between Adikov and Inola. We'll keep a close eye on that gap. With the absence of, it seems, Adikov's guide at the moment. There he is. The guide is back with Adikov. Quite what happened, it could have been something very innocent, who knows. It could have even been a tactic. Maybe Adikov possibly has said, look, let me have a circuit by myself whilst the standing athletes are still starting. There's clear snow in front of me. I feel I can maybe go quicker. He is really on the back skis of Sam Wood, isn't he? So, could have been an option. Why not, with Modin going clear? Maybe you're so confident about holding off the Finnish athletes, the finishing second, that you can take a risk like that. Again, that's only speculation. Might as well take the gamble if you know you're going to be in silver. It hasn't worked, whatever the case is. I'm sure we'll find out. Our reporter and interviewer JP will be, I'm sure, ear to the ground. Too close to the ground, it's very cold. Upsal goes through. Now, Inola, 126 behind Adikov, so the gap has grown. So I think the silver medal is pretty safe with Adikov now. Might well have been just a gamble, possibly. Kravchuk goes through. He's down in 6th at the moment. Balski will be ahead of him. Wait, set. 2 more to go through. One Modin. Here he is. Looking really good for the gold. And the cheers by the home Swedish crowd to the right of Modin now. In the giant 6,000-seater stand. Those cheers will only get louder for every time he comes through. This is 9 kilometers of the 18. And even with my maths, I know that that's halfway. Excellent around the bend. Finds the grooves in the snow quickly as well. And the time of Adikov, bottom of your screen, 55.9.2. The gap after 7K was 50 seconds. It's going to be more than that now. It's going to be just over a minute. A minute and 1.6. 101.6 then for Sebastian Modin. He's a minute clear of his nearest rivals. And they know that the gold has been halfway put around the neck of Sebastian Modin. The cheers will get louder. I'm sure that they can. They're going to relax now for the next few minutes while Modin does his stuff out in the snow. Wonder who he's supporting. Reliably informed, it's Molly. Good girl. Good girl. She's a fan of, maybe not the athlete, she's a fan of fair sport, being the anti-doping dog. Modin then leads by 1:01 from Adikov. Edola then safely in third. And it looks set for those three in those positions. Battle between Oksala and Gobowski. Looks like it's going to go Norwegian's way for fourth place, as the men's 18K individual classic VI looks set at the halfway stage. Still, there are 9 kilometres to go. There's the scene of the Östersund ski stadium as well. At the moment, apart from when Modin comes into the arena, everyone's just going about their things now at the moment, going about their sports. The standing competitions underway, the early stages. The places look pretty set in the VI. Adikov's gone off by himself again. May have even been a plan at the start, we'll find out, but Adikov goes through the check. There he is, the red markers on the ground. Waiting for their man, Modin. Oksal. Certainly with a chance of a medal in the relay, if part of the side. Bronze in Beijing and bronze in Lillehammer in the relay for the strong Norwegian team. At the moment, looking like fourth place will be his. Told exactly what the score is at the moment. A lot. At the moment, looking like going one place better than Beijing. Fourth there, third here. Slight stumble. And not here for Canada, the Olympic winter champion. Kavchuk racing pretty much together on track. Split though by 3 minutes as they reach the 10K stage. It's in the forest of Sweden. Frozen forest just outside Östersund. Only 5 minutes or so drive from the centre. From that view, I think we'll be hundreds of miles from anywhere. 4 silver medals and 4 bronze in Winter Paralympics for Sebastian Merlin. And the sprint freestyle VI World Championships on a couple of occasions, it looks like it's going to be a gold medal on home snow. 8 kilometres to go. The lead is up to 1 minute and 14 over Adikov. Vinola is a further 2 minutes 25 behind. Oxhall getting closer to the Finnish athletes. Only 10 seconds between third and fourth. So the Norwegian is closing in on a possible bronze medal.
Number 5, Erikov from United States of America. Now he's in second place behind his lead, Sebastian Merlin. That's a minute lead of little more than 1 minute. Up to 3 hours. Här kommer Thomas Oxhall från Norge i rött i den förlängda målgen. Utvecklar på kan då här. Så som går mot Latinora i kampen om eventuellt tredje plats, även om det är ett litet hopp på nästan minuten då. Inte riktigt, det är 48 sekunder efter 3 varv upp till Inora, så att
Oh, a slight stumble there. Hagen in the stand-in. Just behind. Kazakhstan athletes. As we get a look at 1 or 2 of the standing category. Give you an update on the current standings after the first circuit, and shortly. Karaoke is the current leader, only by a second though. From Skupin. Alexander Eiler, who's 5th in yesterday's stand-in biathlon. Bronze medalist in the relay back in Pyeongchang. Yoshihiro Nitta. Competed for a fair while now, 7th in Beijing. Gold medal winner in Pyeongchang. Gold in Vancouver as well. Competed at Nagano, another actually who has one of the most experienced Japanese Winter Paralympians, taking part in 7 Paralympic Games. 5 medals and 3 golds. And still going strong on the World Cup circuit, also here in the World Championships. Currently down in 4th place with a chance of a medal. Slightly disappointing from Wojcinski yesterday. Adikov going through once again without the guide, Sam Wood. Told Skupian then coming through, only a second down on the leader. Early stages, only 4K gone. Here is our leader. The hill, then finding the grooves. Leading by 2.4 seconds now. Thomas Oxal closing in on a possible bronze. Oxal now in front of Inola, who's finding things difficult in the Swedish countryside. The Finnish athlete down in fourth, so Oxal indeed up into bronze medal. Jake Adikov into the stadium. He'll be off onto his final circuit now.
Övriga grabbarna kan införa farvning, men lite stund bara. Vi har samtliga genom 12 kilometer placering, så 3 varv. Här kommer 133 är Ivan Uto från Japan. Han går en Sino från Kazakhstan.
A minute 30 behind Moldin. The gap continues to slowly grow. Rather than narrow, but he's very, very safe for silver. Who's watching, supporting Adikov. Don't worry about that third place. Oxal closing. He's over 3 minutes behind Adikov, so very safe. And Sam Wood now out with him. on that final circuit. So Adikov goes off into the distance. We'll wait the others into the stadium shortly.
Vi har alltså en klar ledning för Sebastian Molin på hemmaplan. Kanske på väg mot en världsmästartitel här idag.
Home crowd awaiting the arrival of Modin.
Och sen är det diagonalåkning med de här paralympiska mästaren, the Paralympic champion from Beijing last year, Kaiki Kawayoko. Han jagar ju på läcken, man möter på bort långsida har vi honom. Detta är grabbar som slåss om guldmedaljen i herrarklassen stående. Men nu kommer Thomas också inför mannen nummer 43. Det är samma med det som där i
Oxall off and onto his final circuit. Looks like a bronze for the Norwegian. Three minutes 35 behind Adikov in second. And will be arriving shortly.
Fourth place, Nita from Japan, 1 minute 20 seconds behind. Fifth place, Haugen, Norway, 1 minute 45 seconds behind. The sixth place, Alexander Ehle, Germany, 1 minute 52 seconds behind.
Grabowski. It's better his best finish in World Championship, 7th in Prince George. 5th place here currently. Huge cheers awaiting Sebastian Modin, who's just coming down the hill now into the stadium. Grabowski currently third, will drop down to 5th. Here's Sebastian Modin, who is one circuit away from gold. His lead over Adikov has grown to just under 2 minutes. Huge lead for the Swedish home favourites. 3 kilometres to go. So with one circuit, one 3-kilometre lap to go in the men's 18K individual classic VI, home hero Sebastian Modin in front by a full 2 minutes from Jake Adikov of the United States, who in turn is clear by 3.5 minutes from Thomas Oxall of Norway, who in turn again is safely in third place. Adikov reaching the checkpoints. We'll be told that the silver is his. Come up to the 7-kilometre mark then in the stand-in. Very close at the top. It's too clear. Wojnicki of Ukraine. Wojnicki is currently in third place. 19 seconds clear of Nizza.
Där vi alltså har hemmaledning genom Sebastian Molin. Verkligen, i ordets rätta bemärkelse.
And crowd waiting for Modin. Crowd waiting on 2 legs and some waiting on 4. Now building in numbers as well. Clappers, bells, rattles, and also good old-fashioned cheer as well. I'm so sure Sebastian Modin will be able to hear the crowd way out in the forest. Standing by the fire, don't blame them. Very cold. Temperatures actually dropping. Around about -12. Earlier on, I think we're back down to that level. Keeping your feet warm, sir, don't blame you. Oxal, who's performed very well, would have known earlier on in the competition that he was behind Inikianola of Finland, and at one stage was a long way behind, but the Finnish athlete then has gone backwards and has been taken over by Oxal. Very close in the standing. Here comes Jake Adikov through to complete his competition. It's going to be silver for Adikov. Jake Adikov of the United States. He's the first to cross the line in the men's 18K. Classic VI. Will be in second place behind the Swedish athlete Modin. Excellent race though by Adikov. Bronze in Lillehammer, and it's going to be silver in Östersund. He's going to be part, I'm sure, of a very strong mixed relay for the United States, the gold medal winner in Beijing. They'll know exactly what the gap is to Modin, and they'll know it's going to be silver for Adikov. As the crowd await their hero. There he is, number 177, and just to the rear of Kowalski. He's been kept up to his work by his guide. Kowalski then leading Kowalski. Sebastian Modin and Daniel Richardson, his guide. Big word for Daniel Richardson. Constant updates for the B1 athletes. And those Swedish supporters will know and acknowledge the part that Daniel Richardson has had on Sebastian Modin's win here. Just the 2 kilometers to go.
Det är på upploppet alldeles strax norrmannen som har gått i rätt riktning verkligen, och med ett varv kvar till mål så var han ju förbi. Han var förbi Inking på Finland.
Oxal coming into the stadium.
Kommer in på upploppet, going into the finish area just now.
And Thomas Oxal skiing for a bronze medal for Norway. Into the home straight. Relay bronze in Lillehammer, but an individual bronze in Östersund for Thomas Oxal.
Jeg får opp på siden og finne der, så det får sletten ut. Ja! Hei! Jeg var glad med Trofoss. Ja, faen. Ja, først utgiver kartet, og så vinner han og... Skikkelig. Ja, han var også. Det var jo 50 bak jeg så. Jeg var 5 bak, hva faen det var? Ja, 2-4 minutter. Ja, han prøver å stemme.
Oxal with the bronze medal, waiting Sebastian Molding then to come through.
Ja, det blir ikke avgjort på første runde. Du kan juble for det her.
Zagabowski, Poland. There's Sebastian Molding. Down the hill, into the stadium, to be greeted by the cheers of the Swedish home crowd. Zagabowski just ahead of him on the track. He crosses the line. He'll be down in 5th, but it's going to be a glorious goal for Sebastian Molding. A home gold medal for Sweden. Sebastian Molding is the world champion in the men's long distance classic VI cross country. Sebastian Molding. It's a home goal for Sweden. The home crowd are delighted. The noise echoing all around Östersund and Sweden. The home hero takes gold. Ginola absolutely shattered, crossing the line and ready down to 5th place overall. Kowalski then up into 4th for Poland. But the story of the men's individual cross-country VI is that man there, Sebastian Molding. He is the gold medal winner. He is the world champion for Sweden here in Östersund, Sweden. Everybody loves our home gold. Final athlete to finish will be Klavchuk, currently in 6th place. Klavchuk crosses the line. Yasu's still actually out on the course and will be in 7th place. The men's 18k individual classic VI, it's a gold medal for Sweden. Sebastian Molding is 2 minutes and 17 seconds clear after the 18k from Jake Adikov of the United States. Silver medal for the American. And Thomas Oxal, an excellent bronze for him and for Norway. Swedish gold in Östersund. Wonderful scenes then down at the finish. We head back out onto the course, and we have a very, very interesting classic standing competition to join. At the halfway stage, there was only a very small margin between the top two. Less than 4 seconds, in fact, splitting gold and silver. And you have to go back then a full minute 30 to the rest. At the moment, Viol Skupian of Poland just leads by 3.6 seconds over the Japanese athlete Karaoke Tiki. Away from those, Wojnicki of Ukraine currently in third place and pretty comfortable by 30 seconds as well from the rest. Boda. Tokigo. 11th place. Best finish to date in this event, 12th in Prince George, was 13th in Beijing. And they're going tough, a grown to get to the top of this very short and sharp incline. Vital Skupian, current leader. Moving well. Only the 3.6 seconds though ahead of this man, Karaoke. Tiki. Karaoke Tiki then approaching the checkpoint, 6.4 seconds down, so the gap has grown. Scorpion is now 6 seconds clear of his Japanese rival. It's between these two for gold. There's the gap back to Wojnicki. And the rest further down in the men's 18K classic standing. It's a battle between Poland and Japan. Wojnicki, on his own really, in third place. Well, the home crowd have seen their man win gold, Sebastian Modin, and they'll be cheering on the athletes in the standing category as well, and we're enjoying, I'm sure, what looks to be a very close finish. Gun waves going on, sure, partly to keep themselves warm as well. There's our leader.
Den första, ja, i lite rött och lite mörkblått som kommer glidande ner på stadion alldeles strax, som alltså är i ledning. En liten bit ut på det fjärde varvet. Waiting out for Skupian from Poland, being over 143 into the finish area at the moment, and 144 Teikku Kavioki
into the home straights in the tuck position.
About 1 or 2, 3 seconds only during all the race.
And then explodes to get the momentum once again. Will it be gold? Will it be silver? At the moment, he's leading by just over 6 seconds. A long career has Scorpion. Competed in the Winter Games at Sochi 2014. Yet to win a gold. Silver medals on occasion in the sprint freestyle in Finstrau. Also in the middle distance classic in Lillehammer. Disappointed in Beijing, but here in Östersund it could well be his first gold. .144, not too far behind, which is really good in terms of waiting. His nearest rival, 6.9 seconds. What's the gap? Kitiki. .11.4 seconds. The gap is growing. With 2 laps to go.
Jetzt bleibt der Rumpel. Komm auf, jetzt setz mich 3 Sekunden wieder vorne. Auf geht's, arbeite, letzte Runde, nein.
Back out onto the halfway stage of one of the laps. 13 kilometres gone. Wojnicki then in 3rd place behind the Paralympic champion Tiki, and the current leader. From Poland, Witold Skupian.
Also coming in, so we're leading all the last lap. Second last lap, sorry. Ja, Simon från Kazakstan har alltså 2 varv kvar, han kommer upp till varvningen. Men nu följer vi Captain Hagens väg mot sista mellan.
Captain Hagen of Norway.
Står han där och stannar i klockan. Han måste bort på time for Captain Hagen with only one lap to go.
Out onto his final lap.
6 minutes, 9 seconds.
Currently in 6th place. Larson just further back. Kid of Mongolia. There's Larson. Alexander Eiler, I think, of Germany, taking the bend quite nicely. Yes, Alexander Eiler. 5th yesterday in the stand-in by. Racing over a longer distance than he has done in the past. In Prince George, for example, just stuck to the sprints and the middle distances. He'll finish over this distance in Beijing. He'll be part of a pretty strong German relay team. And bronze in Pyeongchang, part of a relay side. .4 is the gap between the first two. And here's our leader. Witold Skupian. Running up the incline. Karaoke, Taiki. .4 seconds was the gap. Can the Japanese athlete do with a lap and a half to go? 10.6, so he's bringing it down. And there's still 5 kilometers to go. This is not over and done with yet. The gold has not been put around the Polish athlete's neck. You don't become Paralympic champion for nothing. And Karaoke Taiki is closing now on Skupian. Wojnicki then safely in third. This is going to go down to the wire in the men's classic stand-in.
Mongolia coming in for the last lapping. That's those taking from Mongolia. Before that, 10th place was to take. Här kommer Tryggve Steinar Larsen Germany från Norge och 39 runt. Ska in i våra sista gångerna legat på kunde på den 9:e platsen i stort sett loppet igenom. Det är långt fram så på skickat som han tar ut.
Plenty of these athletes now going out onto the final circuit. Final lap of their 18K. Keeping up to their work out in the forest.
He has a lead of 10 seconds just now to his competitor Karaoke from Japan. Ladies and gentlemen,
Here comes the leader, Witold Skupian.
The last time into lapping 143, bib number for Witold Skupian from Poland. Åker kanske mot en världsvärsta titel här, eventuellt.
Going to make the final turn and then back out onto his last lap. Taiki's not far behind him, and the gap is closing as well. Skupian, what time will he set with 3 kilometers to go? A full lap ahead of the Polish athletes. Sets the time at 41:07, and it won't be long until we see Taiki Here comes the Paralympic champion. Taiki is going to be outside of the time of Skupian. Maybe just that push on that final last couple of kilometers was just that. Karaoke Taiki, 17 seconds down. So Skupian has responded to the pressure from the Paralympic champion and has increased his lead now to 17.6 seconds. And Skupian on course for what will be his best result to date. He's won silvers in the past various distances, including Lillehammer. He was 5th in Beijing in this event. And he's looking good for the Polish athlete for what will be a glorious gold for him. The best result by far of his career.
Now entering the finish area, the first competitor in the class, man standing 18 kilometers from Norway.
So as they enter the home straight now, the first athlete to cross the line. Hagen of Norway. And in 6th place and sets the time then at 54:34. An experienced athlete. We'll go a few places better than Beijing. A couple of kilometers to go for these athletes. 1:42 there is Grigory Bolshinitsky, and he's looking good for a bronze medal. Into the grooves.
Apotekerplatsen går mot Nitta ifrån Japan. Han har 20 sekunder borde på sig ungefär när det åker på ett varv. Eller 142 så inte ska vara allt för långt borta. Waiting for Alexander Ehler from Germany to come to the finish. And we also waiting for
Alexander Ehler of Germany into the stadium. Fifth yesterday,
13:15, half an hour.
and it could well be fifth today as well. Alexander Ila in good form here in Sweden. So fifth yesterday in the sprint biathlon and fifth today as it stands in the long distance cross country. Remains just in front of Hagen. Larsen of Norway. On his own at the moment in the countryside. Racing as a standing athlete, has been for a few years now, changed from sitting events in 2019. Down 8th place for Larsen currently. First of the two Mongolian athletes in 10th. Into the stadium comes the Japanese athlete Yoshihiro Onita. On the inside, being cheered to the line. On his own in around 4th place, Nita crosses in front of Ayla. He's a fair way behind this man. Grigori Wojnicki will be the bronze medal winner. 15 seconds, so Nita really closed up on Wojnicki, who I think's very tired. He looked tired at the top of the last incline. But he holds on for a bronze medal as we await the top two. Oh, Witold Skupian has 2 kilometers to go. Armov in 6th place. We await Taiki crossing the 16K barrier. Once he gets past that checkpoint, we'll have an indication of quite where he stands. 17.6 seconds, remember, was the gap. Here he comes. He's already outside of the time of Skupian. Full effort though still from the Paralympic champion. 30 seconds down on the leader. Miles clear of 3rd place, so it's going to be silver for Karaoke Taiki.
Körningen in mot stadion och det är då ingen mindre än Trygve Steinar Larsen som ska in på en 8:e, 9:e plats, jag kan tänka mig.
Here's Larsen. Won't be long until Skupian into the home straight.
Publiken ser om alpina jubel och välförtjänta även nu. Sen ska vi också ha mongolen Zegmid in på arenan alldeles strax, men nu närmast mållinjen och även
Larsen for Norway in 6th place ahead of Alimov. As the crowd wait for Vitol Skupia.
Då kommer han, stegmil från Mongoliet. Och sen har vi också förvarning här nu på Skupian från Polen.
Just meet the Mongolian athletes into the straights.
Stegmil från Mongolia.
Here's me. Power into the line still. Will be around 10th place. Crosses in 8th. We'll end up in around again 10th place. With Vitol Skupia still to arrive. Here comes what looks like the world champion, Vitol Skupia. Turns into the stadium in the crouch position and is into the final 100 meters. Vitol Skupia of Poland has won 2 silver medals in his World Championship career so far. But it's going to be a fantastic first ever gold medal for Vitol Skupia of Poland, who wins the men's 18K individual standing. The classic standing gold goes to Skupian. A brilliant gold. He's beaten the Paralympic champion in doing so. He awaits his Japanese rival just to wait and see. But Vitol Skupian, what a performance in Sweden.
Both Skupian from Japan, from Poland, and Karaoke from Japan is going for a silver medal.
Here comes the Paralympic champion, Karaoke Taiki, into the home straight. Karaoke Taiki will have to settle for silver. He's been beaten by the Polish athlete Skupian. He's got the gold. The Paralympic champion Karaoke Taiki is going to be the silver medal winner in Östersund. He crosses the line a full 37.8 seconds behind Skupian, who's the first to congratulate him. A shake of hands between the gold and silver medal winner. It's gold for Vitol Skupian.
I remind you about the prize and the medal ceremony. 13:50 in 20 minutes from now on. And we will start with the class vision impaired, followed by the class man standing.
Wonderful scenes for Vitol Skupian, his first gold medal of his career. And he's the world champion. Fantastic for himself. Fantastic for Poland as well.
And I will have you.
Okay, you could help me.
Thank you, well done.
Skupian marching around like a world champion. He's going to be talking to our man there, JP, shortly. Further athletes finishing.
Another Japanese coming into the finish just now, Iwamoto. Bib number 134, Keigo Iwamoto from Japan is running for position 11.
Keigo Iwamoto of Japan into the final 50 metres. In 11th place currently. He completes his event.
Position number 11 here in the finish area, Gangbol from Mongolia.
Gangbol Batmuk of Mongolia. He will be behind the Japanese athlete in 12th place.
Number 12, race number 12. In this race. Det innebär då att vi har en man, vi har Denisinov från Kazakstan, one competitor.
Denisinov still out on the course.
From Kazakhstan.
He's into his final kilometre. Well, what a competition. Sebastian Modin winning the VI. And the stand-in going to Vital Skupian. Somewhat of a possible surprise, really, with the Paralympic champion in the field. Vital Skupian then winning by 37.8 seconds. A glorious gold for Poland. Koyoki Taiki, the Paralympic champion. It's silver for him in the World Championships. And Grigory Wozniacki was clear in 3rd place, although very tired late on. The gap between himself and Nita down to what was only 15 seconds. But it's Skupian who scoops the gold. Grueling 18 kilometres. Athletes then taking off the measuring devices and bibs, etc., and quickly having to be kept warm. It's still double figures below freezing. The temperature will start to drop as well.
He's got the jacket now.
Still out on the circuit is Denisinov of Kazakhstan into his final kilometre and not too far away from the stadium.
Preparing to take Denisinov to the finish, representing Kazakhstan. Last finish in the class, man standing, long distance 18 kilometers, number 133 from Kazakhstan, ladies and gentlemen, Denisinov.
So the final competitor in the men's classic standing. Denisinov into the final 50 metres of his competition and will be in 13th place for Kazakhstan.
Varma applåder kazaken Denisinov nu som avslutar sin tävling här idag. Big applause and warm applause and welcome to the finish. Denisinov representing Kazakhstan. And up on place number 13.
And Zinov completes his race in an hour and 3:53.
Fifth place, Ehler, Germany. Sixth place, Haugen, Norway. Seventh place, Tabaski from Switzerland. 8, Steinar Larsen, Norway. 9, Limov, Kazakhstan. 10th place, Zegmi, Mongolia. 11th place, Imamoto, Japan. 12th place, Batmunk, Mongolia. And 3rd place, Dennis from Kazakhstan. The last one to come to...
Full result down through, and the new world champion is the Polish athlete Witold Skupian. And he wins by 37.8 seconds. He's beaten the Paralympic champion, Karaoke Tiki. What a result for him. And Wojnicki of Ukraine in 3rd place by 15 seconds, holding off the late charge of Yoshihiro Ita. Ayla and Hagen then in 5th and 6th. Further down, all coming in within around about a minute of each other in those intervals. He's made beating Batmut of 2 Mongolians and Denisinov to round off the 13 who finished. So a brilliant win for Witold Skupian, and he's been talking to our man JP down at the finish.
Congratulations, Witold. What a fantastic achievement. What was the race like for you today?
Thank you. It's a dream come true from me. I have to say that this is my specialty, the classic style and long distance. I was waiting for it. I was working for this gold medal for, I don't know how, 10 years or more, and dreaming like very strong for at least 5 years. Finally, I made it. We got great skis from our coach, from our staff, and for me it was just to do my job, because I was always there or thereabout, I think, and this time is a big prize for me to be a world champion.
So tell me, when you are coming down towards the finish line, and as you said, you've been second a few times before, you've never managed to get that gold medal. What goes through your head when you are coming up to that line, knowing you are going to be a world champion?
Yes, I was very happy, but the main thing, what I was thinking, just don't fall down, don't fall down, don't fall down. And then when I did not fall down, I know I am the champion. So it was like this.
And are you looking forward to the rest of the championships? Obviously, some of the shorter events coming up.
You know, frankly speaking, this is my specialty, and we've got 2 races and the relay in free technique. Free technique is for me a little bit worse, so I will be, of course, fighting for medals, but I don't think I will get there. I just need to train more in you know, free technique. But I have what I wanted, so yeah.
Witold Skupian, world champion.
Thank you.
There it is. Congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah, as a world champion, and well, with his career behind him, those silver medals, and not winning a top gold medal at a major event, you'd imagine he would have been happy, absolutely ecstatic. And you hear about the work that's gone in, those near misses over the years, and he's been planning for an awful long time. Makes it all the more sweeter. Well, Grigory Wojnicki was in 3rd place for pretty much the entire race. Very tired in the final couple of kilometres. And he held on by only 15 seconds in the end, after being miles clear. The Paralympic champion from Beijing, Karaoke Taiki, well, he gave it his best, and he went down fighting, and it's going to be a silver medal for him today, because the man we heard from only a few minutes ago, Witold Skupian of Poland, the best day of his athletic career. It's gold for Skupian and for Poland in the classic cross-country long distance. Brilliant from the Polish athlete. Well, that was a fantastic interview with JP, with the winner of the standing category. Well, it was a home hero who won the VI, Sebastian Modin, who's been talking once again to JP after his gold medal.
Congratulations, Sebastian. A brilliant performance out there. World champion. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's so nice. And to do it here at home, it's even bigger. So I'm super happy.
You had the home crowd here today, as you mentioned. Does it help you in the race when you've got the home crowd behind you, cheering you all the way?
Yes, of course. And also that I have skied this track so many times for so many years. So I think that's also something that helped me today.
And you're an expert on the Östersund track, of course, as you said. It's a track that you've been around many times before. Is it a difficult track? Can you describe to us what this is like compared to other ones in the world?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm so used to them, but I would say quite hard. It's quite steep up, some tricky corners, but I would say I think it's a challenging track, which is not too challenging. So I think it's a good one.
And you made it look easy, Sebastian.
I don't know.
Are you looking forward to the rest of the competition, the days ahead?
Yes, of course. Sprint's coming up on Tuesday, and yeah, for sure that's the next one. So now I'll just rest and just celebrate this somehow today, and then start focusing on that one tomorrow.
Well, congratulations once again, Sebastian.
Sebastian Modin then absolutely delighted. And I'm sure there will be a few celebrations since there is a rest day tomorrow. So why not celebrate tonight and then recuperate tomorrow with I look forward then to the rest of the competition. In third place, Thomas Oxal in the VI. Got into that position towards the end of the race. Very consistent throughout the course and took over from Niki Inola, who faded towards the end. Jake Adikov did all that he could. Out into the country on his own. But it was quickly apparent he was not going to catch the gold medal winner, but a silver medal for Adikov. One better than his bronze in Lillehammer, but this man, Sebastian Modin, was always out in front and just grew the lead steadily, kept on going and growing that lead, and is the home hero and world champion. A gold for Sweden on home snow. Medal ceremonies to come in the next few minutes, so please stay with us on the live stream. Medal ceremonies again in around 6 minutes' time, and it won't be long until our final two categories on day 2 here in Sweden.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the medal and flower ceremony for the class 18-kilometer individual class VI, Vision Impaired. And the medals will be handed over by Stefano Arnold, the FIS Snow Sports Executive Committee's chair. In third place, representing Norway, Thomas Oksal and the guide, Geir Lervik. In second place, and silver medalist representing United States of America, Jake Edikoff with a guide, Sam Wood.
Good job, man. Congratulations.
And ladies and gentlemen, in first place, gold medalist and the new world champion representing Sweden, Sebastian Modin with the guide, Daniel Rickardsson. And even now, the municipality of Östersund will give the top 3 athletes a tray with a picture of the Northern Light over the city. And the gift will be handed over by Tina Alto, the main sponsor from ATG. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor the winner of the competition of today, we will now hear the national anthem of Sweden. Sebastian Modin, Daniel Rickardsson, världsmästare här idag och skön sång ifrån bägge de här herrarna på prispallens högsta trappsteg. Så grattis, vinter med gratulationer till Sebastian Modin och Daniel Rickardsson och deras medtävlare med dessa definitivt. Gratulerar Norge till deras första medalj. Det kan komma ytterligare någon på någon timme här, ska jag kunna tänka mig. De är en av de stora stjärnskotten, nämligen Vilde Nielsen, som ska ut i elden alldeles strax här. Ja, vi har varit lite grann ytterligare en prisceremoni. Jag var waiting for another medal ceremony.
Women's 18K individual classic VI. First four then on screen. And they're the only four who are taking part. But what a four we have. Zichenko of Ukraine, Shishkova of Ukraine, and then Leonie Maria Volta and Lynn Kazmaier of Germany. It's going to be three from those four for the medals. But which three and who's going to win gold? The two German teenagers. Gold and silver yesterday. Shishkova was fourth in the 7.5 kilometer sprint biathlon yesterday. And Kachenko was fifth in Beijing. She's still brand new as well to the world stage, really. Only her second World Championships, made her debut in Lillehammer. And he's improving all the time. So four competed in the women's 18K individual classic VI. And, well, this was the event I mentioned at the start of the day, was the very, well, they're all very interesting, but this was the one that really caught the eye, mainly because you've only got four athletes, but they're all very, very talented, and the best in the world, really. Kazmaier, Shishkova, Volta, and Kachenko as well. Off goes Leonie Maria Volta. And the teenager from Germany, gold medal in yesterday's 7.5 kilometer sprint in the biathlon, bronze in this event in Beijing. Sana Shishkova, disappointing fourth really yesterday in the sprint biathlon. Gold medalist in Beijing. She's had a brilliant career, 15 Paralympic medals to date. Reigning Paralympic champion, but has her day possibly gone with the emergence of these two German teenagers. Lynn Kazmaier, 16-year-old, silver in yesterday's biathlon sprint. Only down by 10 seconds on Leonie Maria Volta. All four athletes then out onto the track, and whilst they're going off into the forest, we can resume with the medal ceremonies.
Arnold, FIS Sports Executive Committee Chair. In third place, representing Ukraine, Grigory Vovchinsky. In second place, representing Japan, Taiki Kawayoki.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job, man.
Thank you.
Flowers to celebrate.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, in first place, gold medalist and the new world champion representing Poland, Witold Skupian. And even here, the municipality of Östersund will give the top 3 athletes a tray with a picture of Northern Light over the city. This race will be handed over by Tina Alto, the project manager, ATG, one of the main sponsors of the game. And to honor the winner of the competition today, we will now hear the national anthem of Poland. Witold Skupian from Poland, the new world champion. A sensitive moment for the Polish competitor, Witold Skupian. One of the best days in his career, I'm quite sure of that. Congrats to a good performance. The world champion. Really, really good. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing with the competition today. Just started because we are less than 10 minutes for the class skiing. Here for women. Sweden is on Norway. Let's start.
Lite flaggor.
Ja, stjärnorna från Norge vill till exempel att det startar här i nästa klass, den stående klassen för damer. Varje dag ska verka fullvuxna 18 kilometer. 6 varv på den banan. Som vi har avverkat. Man ska bli klassen som är kammare. Vi har klassen stående för herrar. Vi tar Skupian som håller.
Wonderful scenes then from the medal ceremony. Witold Skupian talking to JP earlier, telling us how he's waited for years for this, trained hard for his specialist event, and he's beaten the Paralympic champion to become the world champion. Out onto the course, and we've got the world champion from yesterday, Jenny Maria Volta. Hermin Strecker is the guide. Oop. A few people have slipped on that the end of the steep incline. And it levels out a bit, and uphill they go again. 1 in 10 on the incline. Sana Shishkova. Now, what's happened here with Shishkova, who's stopping? Past goes Linkas Meyer. But what's happened to Shishkova? Maybe she has just momentarily lost her action. Or whether that's more permanent. Doesn't look good. Oksana Shishkova. Well, you've got 18 kilometers. This is the 1 kilometer checkpoint. And it doesn't look good at all. So Kazmaya leads by 20 seconds over Lena Maria Volta. Oksana Shishkova, well, it didn't look good at all, did it? Whether that's just that slight incline, whether taking it easy, whether knowing that third place is hers. Now at the start, we expected Natalia Kichenko to start for Ukraine. That never happened. So there's only the 3 in the competition. And maybe if Shishkas is not feeling great or not in the best of form, whether she's already maybe settled for the bronze and could maybe coast to the bronze possibility. Now these are the athletes in the classic standing, and what a race in prospect here. Look at these. Ilya Batinkova-Bauman for Ukraine. Sydney Peterson of the United States. Brittany Hudak of Canada, silver yesterday. Natalie Wilkie, gold medalist yesterday. And Vilde Nielsen, former world champion. And 2 gold medals in Lillehammer. Fantastic competition in proposition there. Looks like it's going to be a battle between the Germans in the VI, but the classic standing, very, very close between these. Natalie Wilkie in tremendous form, gold yesterday. Hudak as well, but then you throw in now Peterson in one of her more specialist events, the longer distance events, and Vilde Nielsen, a 22-year-old multiple medal winner, multiple world and champion in various distances. Really is a tremendous race in prospect.
The first lap, hit number 62, followed by Linn Kasmai from Germany, her teammate. Här kommer de in då efter det första varvet, efter det första lappet.
So,
start number 62,
Walter.
Maria Walter from Germany.
Second place, 20 seconds behind Kazmaya.
Landsmanina sedan Linn Kasmai med guiden Florian Baumann, now number 64, Linn Kasmai to the guide Florian Baumann.
Just over 11 minutes then for a lap, so maybe over an hour for the competition as a whole. Volta 11:22.4. Linn Kasmai, 16 years old, is ahead by 20 seconds, and that's grown. Kasmai 31 seconds up. And at this very early stage, it's looking like Kazmaya has a serious advantage over Volta. Now here's Shishkova. Now we speculated whether, because she knows there's only the 3 competitors, she knows her teammate Kichenko didn't start, whether she's going to factor that into this and go, well, I can't reach the 2 Germans. Maybe that's going to be the case now. The 2 teenagers are too quick. Too strong. And because there's only 3 in the race, I'm just going to coast through for the bronze. Now, that's just my own words, but it certainly appears that way. And also, why wouldn't it? A minute 25 seems to back up that theory as well. So it looks between the 2 Germans, but Kazmaier leads by 31 seconds. Confirmation of those times. Kazmaier in front after the first of the 6 laps, 31 seconds clear of Walter. So the silver medalist from yesterday leads the gold medalist from yesterday, and Shishkova looks like she's settled for the 3rd already. First athlete to start then in the classic standing. Yulia Batenkova-Baumann, 6th in the sprint yesterday in the biathlon, 4th in Prince George in previous World Championships, 13 Paralympic medals way back Turin in 2006. Sydney Peterson of the United States, bronze medal winner in Lillehammer, and silver is in Beijing. She'll be part, I'm sure, of the relay team for the United States. Long distance events to her liking. Brittany Hudak, silver in the sprint standing yesterday, bronze in Beijing. In this event, and in the form she's in, she'll be a danger. That's her competition underway. Now there's the gold medalist from yesterday in the 7.5 kilometre sprint standing biathlon. It was a birthday yesterday, 22 now, Natalie Wilkie. Gold medalist from Beijing. Surely the favourite for the gold here, but some strong opposition from the likes of her teammates Hudak, Peterson, and also the last to go as well. And there's Vilda Nielsen, who turned 22 only last week, so the future of the women's standing category is very strong. Gold medalist in Prince George. And a couple of gold medals in Lillehammer over the middle distance and sprint. Silver in the long distance freestyle. Some serious talent on the snow here. Nielsen, Wilkie, Hudak and Peterson. Throw in Batenkova-Baumann as well. And he got a fabulous 5 now, all out on the course for the classic standing women's 18K. And they're underway. So the final 2 events are out on the snow. On day 2 of the Nordic Skiing World Championships in Östersund, Sweden. Superb setting, look at the snow-lined trees With the heavy snow, 0 wind, temperature around about -8 or so. At the moment, it's Lynn Kazmaier in front. Volta, 17.26. The gap was 31 seconds, now down to 24 seconds. So Lynn Kazmaier, she's done this before in various events. I know she's only 16, but she's done this before where she's gone off quite quickly. And Volta, the more experienced, only by a few years, has steadied herself and has just taken 7 seconds out of her in the last kilometre. Now, we'll find out what that means at the end of 6 kilometres. But it looks like there's more to that 3-runner race than possibly we imagined at the start. Crowd keeping warm and in good spirits. They've seen a home gold medal winner, Swedish gold. Of course, made the headlines on day 2. Don't drop your phone. Especially in the deep snow drifts that disappear from view. Then you're in trouble. Waiting for Oksana Shishkova, who certainly has settled for 3rd. And she's just going to coast round now. She is a full 2 minutes or so away from the other 2. She'll be back with future events this week. Sensible, I think, from Oksana Shishkova. If she knows she can't reach the first 2, then over this long distance, why make it harder than it needs to be? I know in the competition element of things, then some people might say, well, it's not her fault there's only 3. Where at the moment of any possible injury she may be just coasting with. But interesting now between the front pair.
Lapping in Kasper, German, was in the lead, 31.1 seconds ahead of a teammate Leonie Marie Walter, also German in 3rd place, Oksana Shishkova. Without here in Forest after 4 kilometers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're preparing for Lena Maria Walter from Germany and Lynn Kazmaier also from Germany. We're coming to the 2nd lapping.
Into the stadium.
Här kommer de, bägge tyska ekipagen nu. Now coming in after 6 kilometers, 2nd lapping.
Walter.
62, Leonie Maria Walter with a guide, Pirmin Strecker from Germany. Starting with 60s, Lena Maria Walter.
Kazmaier behind her.
The guide, Pirmin Strecker.
There was a minute or so between these because there was Shishkova between them who started in 30 seconds intervals, so let's find this time between the pair. It was at 31.1, then down to 24.5. It will be the factored times, being a B2 athlete, Volta, and a B3, Kazmaier. It's got to be brought into the equation here. You see the 99% factored time, 100% for Kazmaier. 41.4. Well, even with the factored time, it appeared on screen that Kazmaier was closing on Volta. And with the factored time, it was still growing, 41 seconds, so whether It's just maybe the first part of the course. I think maybe Kazmaier maybe have just had a possible incident even. Off camera possibly. That just halted her progress. Could easily have been the case, but she's back and grown her lead now. 41 seconds is the advantage. Well, we can see there that she's closing on Volta, so it gives us a good indication. She will be there or thereabouts to Volta on the track. Well, we know that the gap hasn't really closed. As the sun starts to go down in Östersund, floodlights will be taken over shortly. A very, very well-lit arena. You can see the floodlights far left, far right of the screen. Final two events on day 2. Waiting for the first 3-kilometer split in the women's stand-in. The Nielsen going very quickly in the first kilometre. Already leading by 18 seconds over Peterson. A couple of seconds back to Wilkie, a couple of seconds back to Hudak, with Katinka Barman, as we predicted, in 5th. Shishkova cruising around for her bronze.
Second lapping just now, 3rd place.
You do wonder actually when the conversation took place between the guide and the athletes. Was it actually before they set off, knowing there's only 3 and saying, well, let's just take it easy from the start? 26 seconds down on Kazmaier after the first kilometre, and then a minute 25 down after 3, so I'd imagine that probably took place maybe just after a kilometre, just see how it goes, and then after a kilometre went, well, let's settle for this 3rd place. Here come the stand in classifications into the home straight. So we get a good indication now of the lead of Vilde Nielsen.
The last starter, Vilde Nielsen from Norway, now in the top.
Number 35 in the Norwegian red. Behind her, Sydney Peterson. Nielsen, a LW4 athlete. Skiers in that class, LW4, have impairments of the lower part of one leg. Her factored time 97%, so she was going to go past the likes of Peterson on track, but again, those factored times level the field. Nielsen crosses 9:27. Peterson 88% factored time, over 10 minutes and 37 seconds down. Hudak only a couple of seconds behind her. Those two on track, pretty much neck and neck. Katinka Baumann in 5th. Here's Wilkie, the gold medalist yesterday, 28 seconds down, so the gap has grown by another 10 seconds. It's looking very good at this early stage for Vilde Nielsen. The Norwegian leads. Let's just confirm those times after the first lap, and Vilde Nielsen is leading by 28.5 seconds. The Norwegian leads Natalie Wilkie and Sydney Peterson who is in third place, 9 seconds behind Wilkie. Brittany Hudak will be looking for a medal. Only a couple off Peterson, and it will be Lea Bentikova-Baumann in 5th place. Advantage to Norway and Nielsen in the classic standing. Walter then of Germany, behind her teammates. At the splits, 27-22, 41.4 seconds behind after 6K. Has that grown? Been slightly wide. Walter, number 62, a minute and 16 behind Kazmaier. Well, it looks like it's going to be Kazmaier with the gold and Walter with the silver. A minute 16.3. Well, we know that Shishkova has settled for the bronze. You wonder now whether that same conversation we were mentioning between Shishkova and her guide has happened with Walter. We're a minute 16 down on Kazmaier. What do we do? Do we settle for silver? We've got a gold medal already in these championships. Settle for silver and rest those legs with lots more events to come. We're only on day 2. Same conversations taking place out in the forest between the respected coaches. A Norwegian coach in the centre. She'll be absolutely delighted with the way that Vilde Nielsen's started in the standing.
Standing class in Beijing after Natalie. From Canada. Now is for a big revenge. Hörni, då är det snart dags för varvning för
Crowd keeping in good spirits, waiting for Vilde Nielsen and coaches that we saw. The Norwegian coach in the centre will be telling Vilde Nielsen, well, you're over 30 seconds clear. Moving well, get a good indication of how these athletes move over the snow when they reach this individual sharp incline. And well, Nielsen's gone up that slope like it's not there. This part is still uphill, just less severe than that short, sharp slope. Now puts the power down, knowing that there's still more. Very, very good from Nielsen. There's the coach telling her exactly what the time is. Hudak next to be seen. Moving very nicely as well, quite conservative action. On the right is Wilkie, who was in second. Hudak, a slight stumble. Peterson on the left, number 32. Hudak, 56 seconds behind. Wilkie 37. Peterson in third, 50 seconds. So Nilsson leads, Wilkie 37 seconds behind. And Peterson 50 seconds, Hudak in fourth, but only 6 off the bronze medal. Floodlights again, more and more taking over in the stadium. And those watching Vilde Nilsson at the moment marching towards another gold for the Norwegian. She's leading by over 30 seconds. And is looking good for gold.
From Norway in the class women standing. Current time 18 minutes and 20 seconds for her.
In comes Nilsson into the stadium.
Och som sagt var, det är ganska tomt bakom henne i stående klass. Startar sist och ligger allra först. Jag tror att efter första kilometern redan nästan så låg hon ikapp de övriga. Ladies and gentlemen, a big star on the sky. Vilde Nilsson from Norway. Kommer in efter tvåar här nu. Ja, hon matar på Vilde Nilsson. Men har definitivt ingenting åt slumpen. Going for the next lapping. Good speed. Good speed. Pushing really hard. Vilde Nilsson from Norway.
Ready to cross the line at the 6 kilometre interval. So a third of the way through.
Just now, 1853.
Nilsson crosses the line and heads back out into the forest.
Ta in de bägge kanadensiska åkarna. Bid number 34, Natalie Wilkie from Canada, and bid number 33, her teammate from Canada, Brittany Hudak. Going for the second lapping. Wilkie now in second place after behind the Vilde Nilsson and Hudak third place. Just now. Coming in.
Here's Natalie Wilkie. What can the Canadian do? 37 seconds down, gold medal already in the suitcase. Hello, Canadian. Hudak's got her eye on the bronze. .41 seconds now, the gap, Wilkie. Now Hudak, a minute and 10 behind the leader. So where does that set put Peterson? The gap was 6 seconds. It's Hudak's time. Hudak's closing. Peterson in third place, but Peterson, her lead over Hudak is 1.2 seconds. So Hudak closing, and Peterson, well, just by those 10 or 15 seconds of seeing Peterson, wasn't moving as well as Hudak. Hudak racing with Wilkie, that'll aid her chance as well. I think Baumann will be in fifth. So Canada could have a silver and bronze here to continue their excellent championships. Field and Nielsen looking strong. Think of Baumann with a fellow Ukrainian athlete in a different classification, Shishkova behind her. So Vilda Nielsen, with a third of the race gone, 6 kilometres of the 18K, leads by 41.8 seconds over Natalie Wilkie. Sydney Peterson in third, but look at the gap between Peterson and Hudak. It's only 1.2 seconds. Back to the VI. Kazmaier is leading after 9 kilometres, so at the halfway stage, 1 minute 38 in front of Walter. 38.14 the time after 10K. And it's more than likely the gap has grown. Waiting for Walter. Hear the calls of the guide in the background, echoing through the forest. Walter will appear shortly.
Ja, tack. Mycket.
It's going to be a very wide margin indeed. A minute 38 after 9. Well, after 10, that looks to have grown. I think Walter's settling for second place here. A minute 38. Slight stumble. Again on that sharp incline. And it's grown to 2 minutes and 22. So Leonie Maria Walter looks set for second. At the moment it's going to be Kazmaier with the gold. Vilda Nielsen isn't minding the hills at the moment. Just looking so strong and powerful. Just eating up the kilometres and skiing towards what looks at the moment a certain gold. Confirmation of Kazmaier then in front by 2:22 over Walter in a German 1-2. Natalie Wilkie of Canada. And still racing with her is Hudak, and again, that's only going to aid the chances of a bronze medal for Hudak. If Hudak can just keep to within that distance, that'll be enough. 19 up on Sydney was the call. If she can just keep on the skis then of her teammates, that'll be enough for a bronze, and you never know what could happen in terms of the silver, but it looks pretty set. Meyer's already through the 12K marker. Shishkova yet to appear through the 10K. Really has dropped off. Shishkova just cruising round. Now Peterson, a minute 37 down on the leader. It means that Hudak has a lead. And the lead is over 20 seconds now. Peterson on her own out in the forest when, of course, Hudak has company to ski with. All of them behind this lady, Udo Nilsson.
Into the race just after 9 kilometers on the shooting range.
She'll be through the checkpoint shortly, and that checkpoint will be the halfway stage. And at the moment, she's cruising to the gold. Coming up to a minute clear of the Canadians. Volta in the VI. Huge gap now to Kazmaier. She's settled for silver as Volta. 2 minutes 51.
Laps, 41 seconds behind Wilde Nielsen and Brittany Hudak in 4th place. 1 minute 10 seconds
Anthony
behind.
Wilkie.
1 second behind Sydney Peterson from USA. That come in the struggle of the
Only a few meters behind Wilkie. There's Hudak. Well, the gap has grown, as you would imagine it would do. Hudak is still in front of Peterson for bronze, but Wilkie naturally will move away from Hudak. If Hudak can just stay in touch, it will help her, but Wilkie is the faster of the pair. Maybe just that 3 to 4 kilometres racing with Natalie Wilkie might be enough for Hudak, in fact, when it comes to the end, to keep in front of Peterson. She can still see her on the straights. That'll, again, give her a big advantage. It really will. Nilsson, 28-23. Now, Wilkie's keeping it under the minute mark, 49.9. It was 47.4, so it's still grown ever so slightly. Hudak goes through, minute 26 behind. So the gap is growing between her and Wilkie, and of course Nielsen at the same time. We await Peterson.
Brittany Peterson from USA.
Here she is.
Sydney Peterson, USA. Här har vi henne. In the middle of the ring at the moment. Close to Sydney Peterson from the United States of America. In fourth place after the two first laps, but only 1 second behind
So Peterson in the stadium.
Yes, in third place, sorry. Sydney Peterson was in third place after 60 kilometers. What about her time at the moment? Now we have, after 3 laps,
Towards the checkpoint time. Gold in the mixed relay in Beijing. Bronze in Lillehammer, silver in Beijing in this event. At the moment, she's got a real task on to haul back either of the Canadians. Brittany Hudak in third place. Going up to the checkpoint now. .158 behind the leader. So the gap has grown between herself and Hudak, who's safely in third. Just over 30 seconds.
32 seconds behind Brittany Hudak.
Baumann will be in fifth place. So at the moment, the medal positions in both the VI and the standing look pretty much set, as both events are now in their second half of the races.
Baumann, först startande, ligger
Lynn Kazmaier of Germany, 16 years old, and she's such a tremendous athlete. Silver yesterday in the sprint, 10 seconds behind Volta. That's obviously been turned around. Silver in this event in Beijing, and it was Lillehammer where she came to the attention of most people. 3 top 10 finishes, and she was going off like a bullet from a gun in many of the races. You put that down to inexperience, but I remember at the time commentating on those events saying, well, it's all very well and good saying it's inexperience and being hauled in and dropping down late on, but also she's got the talent as well to actually do that and to show everyone what a talented athlete she is. Started skiing at only 8 to a skiing course for visually impaired children in the Black Forest, and well, certainly has worked the trick. As she gets older and stronger, she's going to put in the complete performances, which she is today, and she looks on course to win her first gold medal. Hilda Nielsen's got a fair few, and it's looking good for her in the classic standing. 50 seconds clear of Wilkie, and there's the lead that Hudak has over Peterson for the bronze. Look burners around. Don't get too close. Yes, you. Stay there. Good lad.
Ståklassen med Vilde Nielsen som frontfigur, en klok som drar det hela ute på det fjärde varvet. Ska komma in och varva här om en liten stund.
Down at the ski festival, just to the right of our commentary position. See people keep him warm. He's absolutely fine in what he's wearing. Wondering what all the fuss is about. There's not normally this many people around here. It's because it's the World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships. A lot of information there being given to Leonie Maria Volta. times, how far you are behind your teammates, how far you are in front of Shishkova. Just a word on Shishkova, by the way. I was slightly concerned because her name hadn't come up on the times. She's so far behind. She's 8 minutes behind Kazmaya. So 5 minutes away from Volta. Surely that's what she was being told by the coach. Look, you're a long way behind your teammate, 3 minutes 23. But you're 5 minutes ahead of third place, so just keep on going as you are. Anthony Wilkie. The lead is now over a minute for Nielsen. Hudak still keeping in touch with Wilkie. And she looks pretty comfortable for the bronze. Of course, she's going to be told that now by her Canadian coach. Let's listen in. Just giving encouragement, saying in third place. Kazmaya, even though she's well clear, she's not stopping at all, is she? She's not letting up. And she turns to cross the line, and she'll be out onto her final circuit, knowing that she's got a huge lead over her two rivals. Well, in the background, that's a lovely sight, that is. You've got the gold medal, Lynn Kazmaya, virtually around her neck, and you've got the gold medalist in Vilda Nielsen, or potential at least. VI and the standing gold medalist. She's still got 2 laps to go. But both of these, barring any serious mishaps, will be the gold medalists. And at some point, they'll be next to each other. Maybe through the checkpoint at the halfway point of the lap. That'll be some sight. Sydney Peterson really has dropped down. Away from Hudak. Walking up the hill almost, Peterson. Two minutes 38 away from the lead. And it's getting towards a minute behind Hudak.
Pekings paralympiska tävlingar, olympiska tävlingarna under fjolåret då. Men idag så har hon ingenting att sätta emot Natalie Wilkie. Into the stadium just now, Natalie Wilkie from Canada. Number 34 in second place. With 2 more laps to go for Natalie Wilkie.
Volta into the stadium. She's got a full circuit to go.
We also say welcome to Leonia.
It will be a silver medal. Well, Leonie Maria Volta to go with her gold from yesterday.
Standing women on the shooting range just now.
Also with the shadows growing as the sun sets in Östersund. Looks like it's going to be another stunning sunset. But it's an amazing sunset yesterday. Anthony Wilkie See what the gap has grown between her and Nielsen.
The gap of 1 minute and 2 seconds. Only 49 seconds. Only 10 seconds.
A minute and 2 behind Nielsen. Walter. Well, the gap between her and her teammate, 3 minutes 38. Bronze medal in waiting for Hudak. Two at 1.3 behind the leader, but it's the bronze medal. Waiting Hudak, who's moving nicely out into the forest once again. Nielsen then leading by 1 minute and 2 from Wilkie, and then a further minute away is Hudak, who in turn is clear of Peterson by about the same margin.
Ja, vi kommer få in också. Den svenska damerna som vi såg passera för en liten stund sedan ut på sitt 5:e varv. And här kommer Sydney Peterson. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Sydney Peterson, number 32 from USA. After 4
Lenz is being prepped for the emergence of the gold medalists. Onto the final circuit for Lynn Kazmaier. A little further for Vilda Nielsen. And the sun sets over Östersund.
Second last time, going for lap number 5. Ja, och då vet vi att ute på slutrundan har vi då Lynn Kazmaier och Leonie Maria.
Vilda Nielsen. Relentless from the Norwegian.
Och längre världen. Rechts, links, rechts, links. Langgezogene Fängt.
Lynn Kazmaier stretching out past the 16-kilometer mark. 2K to go for the teenager from Germany. On course for her first gold medal.
Om inget oförutsett inträffar, totalpunka här, att bli Lynn Kazmaier ifrån Tyskland med 64.
German supports. They've had a brilliant couple of days. 2 golds so far on day 1, including the 1, 2, 3.
Yes, we're waiting for the Germans to come into the finish line in the vision impaired. Lynn Kazmaier and
Kazmaier on course for another.
Germany.
Oh, there's Molly. Got the warm shoes on. Making sure everything's fair and square. Hard work for Shishkova, knowing she just has to ski around at her own pace for a bronze.
Now, start lapping for Oksana Shishkova from Ukraine, Mission Impaired Cross, together with the guy Andrei Marchenko. And for bronze medal today, competition.
Their final circuit starting now. Shishkova way behind the front pair. Less than 2 kilometres to go for the leader, Lynn Kazmaier. Hilda Nilsson in behind. Here comes through Hilda Nilsson to start her final lap. Nilsson then with 3 kilometres to go between herself and a gold medal.
Germany, Östersund, Kazmaier, Weltmeister heute. Florian Baumann, the guide.
Into the home straight comes number 64, Lynn Kazmaier, the youngster from Germany, was silver medal winner yesterday in the sprint biathlon. But today, she's blown the field away and is the world champion. Lynn Kazmaier, at only 16 years old, is the gold medalist and world champion. The women's 18K individual classic VI has been dominated by Lynn Kazmaier, the first of what I'm sure will be many, many golds in her career. What an athlete. Lynn Kazmaier, from the start, was the dominant force in this competition. Beaten by Walter yesterday.
Ja, und nach Lellingen und Oberlellingen. Und danke an alle, die uns unterstützt haben.
But Walter couldn't do anything about Kazmaier and has settled for silver. German fans delighted with the 1-2 to go with the 1-2-3 yesterday.
German fans are really happy, of course. Congrats to Lynn Kazmaier. Waiting for Maria Piper, not yet to the free time. Will come in on second place.
Now you can presume that they're family members, family and friends
on the last lap just now,
of the teenager. Amazing talent. Again, just have to remind yourself how young she is and what a future, but also what a present at the moment. Walter and Kazmaier dominating. Brilliant, brilliant shots. And I'm sure the supporters and also Lynn herself will be waiting for teammate Leone. Natalie Wilkie starting her final lap. She'll be on the podium, but it will be a silver for Wilkie. With her gold from yesterday.
Losing 10 seconds of Wilden.
Wilkie's now left Hudak in behind, but Hudak is safely in third place. She nicely negotiates the horseshoe onto the final circuit. As we await Leonie Maria Volta into the stadium for her silver medal. Leonie Maria Volta, gold medal winner yesterday in the 7.5 kilometre sprint biathlon, and it's silver in the women's 18k individual classic VI. Nothing now Volta could do about her teammate Kazmaier. Silver for Volta, and a 1-2 for Germany. Vilda Nilsson march into a gold of her own in the classic stand-in. 2k to go, and a lead of over a minute.
Satt ett högt uppförstempo ganska tidigt. Wilkie har kanske gått lite jämnare då. German team, also for the deutsche Mannschaft, Gold und Silbermedaille, genau, und Kazmaier.
Sana Shishkova settled for the bronze a long way from home, and there's 2 kilometres to go before she can collect her bronze.
Sista världsmästartiteln ska dela ut här idag. Kommer titeln på till Norge, vårt västra broderland, till eliten framförallt.
Sydney Peterson on to the final circuit. Looks like it's going to be 4th for the American. Peterson off on to the final circuit. But it's Vilde Nielsen in the women's individual classic standing long distance. Gold in Prince George. And it's going to be gold in Östersund for Vilde Nielsen is the world champion. Gold for Norway, gold for Vilde Nielsen. The Norwegian turned 22 last week and has beaten Natalie Wilkie of Canada, who turned 22 yesterday. Yes! Nielsen with the gold. She regains her world title. Narrowly beaten in Lillehammer, beaten by Ludmila Lyashenko in heartbreaking fashion, really, for Vilde Nielsen on her home snow. And, well, maybe the thoughts of that defeat have just come back to her. Gold in Prince George, gold here in Östersund. Make it up for losing by a very, very small margin. Less than 3 seconds was in second to Lyashenko. She won gold in the standing over the 10K. But she's got her world title back here in Östersund. That's better. Tears of joy. And hopefully those tears will just turn into smiles. She'll be collecting her medal shortly. Norway with their first goal. Oksana Shishkova, well, she's going to finish a long way behind, but of course those times will be slightly false in terms of the story. Only the 3 starting with the absentee of her fellow Ukrainian athletes, Natalia Tkachenko. So it meant that Shishkova very, very early on knew that 3rd place was hers, and she could just coast around, saving her legs for later on in the week. Oksana Shishkova, though, is the bronze medal winner.
Canadian Natalie Wilkie in the women's standing. 200 more meters to go, just now uphill and then downhill into the finish area for Natalie Wilkie representing Canada. Kommer in som silvermedaljör här, gör det fantastiskt bra här. 34, Natalie Wilkie från Kanada.
Sweeping down the left-hander into the stadium, Natalie Wilkie. She did this yesterday in the 7.5 kilometre sprint standing biathlon. Mentioned on her 22nd birthday, winning gold. Well, it's not going to be gold today, it's going to be a silver medal. Natalie Wilkie of Canada, beaten by Vilde Nielsen. But a very, very good performance by Natalie Wilkie. Another medal for her. It's been a great championship so far for Canada, and she's going to be, I'm sure, on the podium in future events in this championship. Silver for Natalie Wilkie.
And on the last lap, she's lost only 7 seconds on the William Nielsen, Natalie. That's good. Good last lap from Natalie Wilkie.
Natalie Wilkie finishes 1 minute 19 behind Vilde Nielsen.
More lite slow starter, but a good finish. Last lap from Natalie Wilkie. Will give her the second place. Third place, also going to Canada, Brittany Hudak. Eva Freetown waiting for her to come into the stadium.
Hudak out on the course still. Going up the hill and then round that left-hander again, that sweeping left-hander into the stadium. And Hudak for a fair way in this race. Early on was back in 4th place, and then Wilkie caught Hudak, and that was an important moment. Natalie Wilkie then got in front of Hudak, and Hudak stayed with her for a good 6 or so kilometres, and that is when Hudak went past Peterson. Wilkie there waiting for her teammates, and Hudak stayed on the skis of Wilkie's for as long as she could, and she was towed along really by her teammate, but she did it all herself, Hudak. And it will be a fabulous bronze for Brittany Hudak to go with her silver from yesterday. It's bronze for Hudak. Silver and bronze for Canada. More medals for the Canadians.
Second place and Hudak third place.
I was like trying to like
push the podium for you. Därmed så vet jag att jag tror damen var Sidney Peterson, det sa, och Barenkova, Baumann ifrån Ukraina. Samtliga under föreningen målgivningen. First winning ceremony, preliminary starts 15:55 in about 30 minutes from now on. And we will start with the class women, Asian pairs, followed by...
Conversation going on between the silver and bronze medal winners. And I'm sure Brittany will be saying, I tried to stay with you for as long as possible, and that certainly has helped. Peterson found it tough in the second half of the race, has dropped down, sure being told she ended up being around about 2 minutes behind Hudak.
I know. No. Everyone just like drop out. They're all behind us. Yeah. I was like, yeah, freaking awesome.
So the result then of the women's 18-kilometre individual classic VI, a win for the 16-year-old Lynn Kazmaier of Germany, easily beating Leonie Maria Volta by over 4.5 minutes. Volta then around about halfway settling for silver, taking the foot off the gas, just like Oksana Shishkova did right at the start of the race. Look at that, the gap, 11 minutes. She knew she was going to be in 3rd place from the start. Stachenko did not start. 1-2 for Germany. More golds for Germany in this championship this time, and it's a first for Kazmaier.
Yeah. I know. I was like, hey, go.
Laurent said you smelled him.
Yeah, I did, and then I took a feed from Menno, and I was like, I'm a potato. And he just burst out laughing. Just like, I feel like I'm dragging a sack of potatoes today. Like, when you're trying to make yourself feel better.
Yeah.
I thought make yourself feel better by imagining you're carrying
a sack of potatoes.
Yeah, that's...
Coming into the bendings down and now climb up to the Altura restaurant. And then downhill and into the finish area. So Sidney Peterson, USA.
Two athletes still out on track. As the team start to make their way back, they've passed the halfway stage, so she's returning then for the medal ceremonies, which will take place once all of the athletes are safely in. Once the appropriate time has passed for any appeals, etc., and for the results to be completely confirmed.
How are your feet? They warm enough?
Yeah, they seem warm. How was your foot?
4:44 local time here, expecting the medal ceremony. Still a couple to go. We're listening to some of these conversations.
Better than I thought it would be. I honestly thought like everybody dropped out. It's like I don't see them anymore. It was like
Försörjning downhill now for Sidney Peterson from the United States of America. 200 more meters to go, maybe. 150 meters downhill and then into the finish area. And the fourth place in the competition, the hard competition, tough competition. 18 kilometers.
Sidney Peterson in the home straight. She's in third place for first part of this race, and then the strength of Hudak came through. Peterson, I'm sure, has settled for this fourth place. 5:25 behind the winner Nielsen. Batenkova Baumann will be the last to come through.
Thank you, Sidney Peter, for your performance and good performance today. Wish you all luck in the future. Tuesday, it's sprint competition. Yes, maybe it's cold outside.
would like to have your beep. Well done. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you were frostbit, but you just had a chunk of snow on your ear.
Övertygande i stil på distansen. Så är det. Ja, då har vi börjat med lejon, nämligen Julia Batenkova Baumann from Ukraine. Still waiting for her to come into the finish and then we prepare for the medal ceremony. About 25 minutes from now, I think.
What's your warm plan? Let's get you out of it. Yeah. We're not get warm. Thank you. Thank you.
At the moment, in the winter, it's getting cold. Now, ladies and gentlemen, last arrival today, Julia Batenkova Baumann from Ukraine. Sista tunga trippande stegen nu i uppförsbacken innan får svänga runt skivborden där uppe 180 graders sväng och sen krypa ihop och välförtjänt för sträcka på ryggen snart och ha in lite frisk Jämtlandsluft i lungorna och känna sig tillfreds med att ha avverkat de här hårda 18 kilometers utmaningen som det gör handlar om. Really hard challenge for Julia Batenkova Baumann, but she did a good performance. Thank you for coming here. Wish you all luck in the future. Ukraine and Julia Batenkova Baumann to the finish.
Final athlete then on day two coming through. Julia Batenkova Baumann given a huge round of applause and cheer from the watching athletes, coaches and spectators, and crosses the line in fifth place.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today. From now on, no more competition, no more timing. Now remaining only 2 medal and flower ceremonies for the class women vision impaired and women standing. And they will be held in about 25 minutes from now on.
Final standing then in the women's classic standing. Vilde Nielsen wins for Norway. She is the world champion and a full minute and 19 ahead of Natalie Wilkie, who has a silver medal to add to the gold of yesterday. Brittany Hudak makes it a 2-3 for Canada, a bronze medal for her to go with the silver from yesterday. Peterson in fourth, Petenkova Baumann in fifth.
Vi kommer tillbaka när vi då annonserar prisutdelningsceremoni för de två klasserna för damer, Vision Impaired och Women's Standing. Och det är ungefär 25 minuter.
Well, it was a tremendous competition in the women's cross-country standing, classic standing, and it was a battle between Wilkie and Nielsen. Vilde Nielsen of Norway came out on top, and here she is talking to JP.
Congratulations, Vilde. A tough race out there, you said. What was so tough about the race today?
It was just, it was a long race, 18 kilometers. I'm not used to go so far, so it was a tough physical and mental race.
Yeah, when you're out there at the front and you are out there by yourself in the Swedish forest, how do you keep yourself focused?
I just have to think, like, keep on going, make the wheel go around, and like, don't get too excited about the messages from the coaches. Just keep focused and do what I have trained, like the things I've been training on this whole year. So.
And you were close to gold, obviously, in Lillehammer. You've managed to get the gold again today. How does that feel to have the World Championship title back again?
Oh, it feels amazing, and especially after last year in China was a pretty tough experience, so it means a lot to take the win today.
It was a fantastic win. Congratulations, Vilde. Well done.
Thank you.
Vilde Nielsen there. Delighted and emotional as well. The most emotional win we've had so far at these championships, winning back that gold medal. And she won in Prince George, and she was denied by less than 3 seconds in home championships in Lillehammer. Wonderful sunsets at Östersund. Brittany Hudak with the bronze medal for Canada, going with the silver medal she won yesterday. Quite telling there, you can see Wilkie in the background. Those two racing together for a large chunk of the race. Helped Hudak certainly pull clear of Sydney Peterson. Natalie Wilkie, much the best of the rest. She couldn't catch Nielsen at all. Nielsen too good for Natalie Wilkie. A gold for her yesterday, silver for the Canadian today. And we've just heard from the new world champion, Vilde Nielsen, regaining her world title in this discipline, the Classic VI, over the 18 kilometres. And Vilde Nielsen led from start to finish. And Norwegians celebrating, I'm sure, as much as she did. The emotional Vilde Nielsen wins gold. Norway's first gold of these championships. Lynn Kazmaier wins the Classic VI, beating Leonie Maria Volta, her German teammates, and you can see Shishkova then in third. She settled for third very early on. So Lynn Kazmaier wins by 4 minutes 36. Let's hear from the German teenager and new world champion.
Congratulations, Lynn. Fantastic performance out there today. How does it feel to be world champion?
Oh, it feels really great. Yeah, I can't imagine that, that I have made it, and it feels very good.
And it's been a very impressive year. So literally this time last year, you were in Lillehammer, top 10 finishes. Then you went to Beijing and got your first medals, and now a gold medal here. What an amazing year you've had. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels really great, and it's hard to get it in my mind, and sometimes I think, how did I made it? And yeah, it's really great.
But it has been a very cold weekend so far. It's freezing out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very cold.
I'm going to let you go and warm up. Well done, Lynn. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Lynn, the new world champion, Lynn Kazmaier, her first gold medal in either World Championships or Winter Paralympics. Shishkova with the bronze. Edinburgh Volta then was left by Kazmaier at the start, and she settled for the silver. And we expect Edinburgh Volta to come back later on in the week. Gold in yesterday's sprint in the biathlon. And Lynn Kazmaier, her first world title. She won gold in the 10K freestyle in Beijing. But this is her first world title, first of many. And well, that puts her in good stead for the rest of the week. Silver yesterday and gold today for Kazmaier. So as the sun sets in Östersund, stay with the live stream because the medal ceremonies will be coming up shortly for the final two events on day 2.
der kameraet der er flyttet over på den siden her, så tror jeg at de skal gå inn.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the flower and medal ceremony for the class 18-kilometer individual cross-country skiing and the class vision impaired for women. And the medals and the flower will be handed over by Stefano Arnaud, FIS and Snowsports Executive Committee Chair. In third place, Oksana Shishkova with the guide Andrei Marchenko, Ukraine. In second place, and silver medalist Leonie Maria Walter with the guy Pirmin Strecker, Germany. And in first place, Lynn Kassmeyer with the guide Florian Baumann, Germany. And even this time, the municipality of Östersund will give the top 3 athletes a tray with a picture of the Northern Light over the city. It will be handed over by Rosie Hoffer, the city commissioner, city of Östersund. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor the winner and the world champion of the competition today, we now will hear the national anthem of Germany. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The winner and the gold medalist from Germany and the world champion Lynn Kasmeier, the neue Weltmeisterin Lynn Kasmeier aus Deutschland. And the national anthem, what a good performance from the audience from Germany. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes only, we are close to the last ceremony of today. For the competition class, women standing. We'll be back in a few minutes only.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the sixth and last ceremony of today, consisting the competition women 18-kilometer individual classic standing, the World Championships in Östersund 2023. And the medals and flowers will be handed over by Stefano Arnaud, the FIS Snow Sports Executive Committee Chair. In third place, representing Canada, Brittany Hudak. Medalist, and in the second place and silver medalist, also representing Canada, Natalie Wilkie. And in first place, gold medalist and new world champion representing Norway, Vilde Nielsen. And from the municipality of Östersund will give you top 3 athletes, a tray with a great picture of the Northern Light over the city. And it will this time be handed over by Rosie Hoffer, the city commissioner in the city of Östersund. Woo!
tea. Love it. Well done. Thank you. Östersund. Ja. Nej, stort grattis. Tack. Tack, tack. Lika fint som det ja.
Ladies and gentlemen, to honor the winner of the competition today, we will now hear to the national anthem of Norway. Big smile from the podium, the world champion Vilde Nilsen, Norway. Ja, så där mina vänner, den här nationalsången har vi ju hört eka ut över arenan tidigare och vid många andra tillfällen också. Och nu får Vilde Nilsen ta emot ytterligare en världsmästerskapsmedalj av ädlaste valör. Tillsammans med kanadensiska åkarna Natalie Wilkie och Brittany Hudak on the podium. Thank you for coming here and thank you for a show today. Good luck in the future. Next time we will meet on Tuesday in the sprint competition with the qualification at 12:30 will start. It will be a competition in the afternoon and evening on Tuesday. Tomorrow a day off, rest today and come back with new power on Tuesday.
That's it from day 2 here in Östersund as the sun sets on the first 2 days of competition at the World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships. We've got a rest day tomorrow and we're back on Tuesday with further action. Look at that for a sunset. We've had a thrilling first 2 days. I need to lie down. From myself, Peter Selby, it's good night from Östersund, Sweden. We'll see you on Tuesday.